1. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I now call the November 9th, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Stebbins, Roy, and myself, Acting Chair Concepcion, are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be done by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will begin with opening comments from commissioners. Then we will have the acting chair discussion and vote before proceeding to the approval of 4 sets of minutes. Next, the acting executive director will present the acting executive director and commission staff report before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 7 change of ownership application recommendations, 95 license renewal recommendations, 3 provisional license recommendations, 8 final license recommendations. There's 1 responsible vendor training recommendation, and there are 4 items in the commission discussion and vote section today, all of which are job descriptions. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of today's meeting to please raise your hand to be recognized. And with those initial comments, I will now turn things over to my fellow commissioners for any comments and or updates. We'll go in alphabetical order. We'll reverse it. We'll go in reverse alphabetical order today. So we'll begin with Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick points. First of all, I want to express my thanks to the legal team, our project manager, Mercedes Erickson, and all of those, including us, who helped complete the filing of our new regulations. And we met the deadline. So just thanks to my colleagues, our team members, for that thoughtful work in making the changes to the law and the resulting regulations. It's a heavy lift, and greatly appreciate everybody's help on that. Since our last meeting, just to catch up, I've continued both virtual and some in-person meetings with stakeholders, reaching out on a variety of topics, from research to recycling to delivery topics, third-party transporters, the cannabis industry workforce, and obviously ongoing conversations around social consumption. So it's been a busy period between our 2 meetings. So with that, I'll hand it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. I'll be really brief. I just want to echo Commissioner Stebbins and say thank you and congratulations to all the staff. We promulgated ahead of the deadline, and after the last meeting, I was able to do a fireside chat with a big audience, and the feedback's really positive. And I've met with many stakeholders over the last month, and I just want to say the feedback has been really, really positive. And I know we still have more work to do around the model HCA and the waiver, and we are working on that. So I just want to let folks know. I also want to thank Debbie Hilton Creek, for taking the reins as we asked her to do since last month, and I'm grateful for her expertise, and just want to say thank you, Debbie, for taking this important role and responsibility on. And I just look forward to pivoting to other regulatory priorities we all have as a body, and whether it's the delivery license or micro businesses or testing. For me, testing is a priority, and I look forward to rolling up our sleeves and continuing to make this industry better. So thank you so much for my time today.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, Commissioner Roy. I'm going to piggyback on you.
Oh, Commissioner Camargo, there seems to be a connection issue. Okay, now you're back. Sure. So
okay. Thank you. You guys can hear me? Okay. I'll just really quickly, I'll just say we do have a lot of other regulatory things that we want to get into. So I'm excited. I know that our team has to, for the next few months, they're going to be working on implementation. I do want to let folks know that the delivery conversation, the courier conversation will continue in December. It is not on the agenda for today. It's not on the agenda for next week. And we're going to continue that conversation in December. It's allowing us time to gather data and insight on some of the points that we had asked for. So I really want to thank our staff for being diligent on that. And I'm looking forward to the conversation in December, because I'm sure folks have, questions about that. I think ditto on everything else that everybody said. And I know ahead of tomorrow's holiday, which we will be celebrating tomorrow, Veterans Day, I just want to thank everyone who served as a veteran, and even family members of veterans. So hopefully everyone can take the day off tomorrow and just sort of reflect on the importance of our folks in service. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. And I will echo a few comments, especially with respect to our veterans. I would just want to thank everyone who served and who continues to serve our country. Thank you. As my fellow commissioners have mentioned, on September 22nd, we voted 3-1 to approve the regulatory changes in response to the new cannabis equity laws, which were officially published on October 27th this year. So that's 2 weeks ahead of today's statutory deadline. And we all know here that was no small feat. It took a tremendous amount of work, and that was thanks primarily to our exceptional staff here at the Commission, who without fail continue to go above and beyond the job to get it done. So I just want to pause to just give my gratitude and appreciation to the staff for their commitment and the level of work and the quality of work that they've been putting forward, because it was no one person. It's a large group of people who work here, and even if you weren't drafting, you still had to sort of pick up other responsibilities because it was really all hands on deck situation. So I want to say thank you. And at this point, I've now chaired 8 consecutive public meetings now, without counting executive sessions. That included the 30+ hours of back-to-back meetings where we really fleshed out and ironed out arguably the most consequential regulatory changes that this commission has undergone in half a decade. And as a collective, I want to commend us all because we demonstrated competence, stability, and focus at a time that was really pivotal for the Commission and the regulated cannabis industry as a whole. I also want to extend my gratitude and thanks to my fellow commissioners for entrusting me with keeping us on track, especially with so much at stake. As we've commented, as we spoke about on now numerous occasions, no one is entitled to the acting chair position, which makes your previous votes of confidence in me all the more meaningful. And for that, I am grateful. The significance of my role here at this moment in time is not at all lost on me, particularly when the Commission is charged with implementing some really long sought after equity laws. It goes without saying, I'm a Black woman, and I'm from a neighborhood that the Commission consistently identifies as being disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs again and again. And there's never been someone like me on this Commission before. I don't take that lightly, and I never have. I believe this is evident by my work here thus far, as well as my demonstrated commitment to the overall mission here at the Cannabis Control Commission. So I say all that to just kind of recognize where we are in this moment, to show my appreciation and gratitude to the staff, to the Commission, to our constituents, because we understand that the work here impacts so many people out there. I talk a lot about sort of the communities and the impact this has overall on the Commonwealth as a whole. And we are really mindful of what we're doing here. So I just wanted to say thank you and recognize that, because it's November 9th, it's our promulgation date, and it is incredibly significant. With that being said, I think we are now going into our next agenda item, which is the acting chair discussion and vote. This being November 9th, the last motion was to continue the acting chair with myself until this time. So now I want to open it up. Commissioner Stebbins, I will start by first thanking you, because we've had a conversation earlier in the week, and I understand that you have a motion that you would like to offer. So I want to give you the floor at this moment in time. You're muted, Commissioner Stebbins.
Let's try it again. Thank you, Chair. I thought the dog was going to bark, so I had him on mute for a minute. No, and thank you for your words, and I hope I speak on behalf of the entire team. Want to thank you for your leadership in managing the commission through the last few months, getting us through the regulatory hearings. I found it really helpful that your service as chair during that regulatory work was made much more efficient because you had served on both of the tackling all three of the topics that were part of the regulatory change. And I really do feel that helped help us move through the work quickly and more timely. I also think it's important for this commission to recognize that a lot of those topics that were addressed in Chapter 180 had really been part of a public policy discussion for a considerable length of time, right? We know that our former colleagues on the commission advocated for a lot of those changes, but I want to give a particular shout out to you, Chair Concepcion, that your focus and work to help us come up with a governmental affairs strategy was, I feel, the critical kind of closing piece to that success, right? You found a way for all of us to act in a way where we could be a unified voice on Beacon Hill on this topic and so many other topics. When we discussed and took the necessary steps to elect an acting chair, I had first raised my interest in seeing the commission follow our past practice of the commission's secretary stepping into the chair's responsibilities. I still feel that consideration is important. We should have that today. But I think is a matter of past practice, and where I hope we will continue our work on the governance side of the house, that I think we should consider a motion again to appoint the secretary as the acting chair. I realize we're still in somewhat uncharted waters, but I think the collaboration and leadership among the four of us, it's an important step for us to think through and to consider. So at the right point, I will make that motion, but I'd certainly invite my colleagues to comment on anything that I said.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I agree with you. And I want to thank Commissioner Concepcion, Acting Chair Concepcion, for her leadership during this time, being the only commissioner having served on all three working groups. So you had insight, and I appreciate your stewardship during this time. Now that we agreed on as a body that those powers would expire today, I would also agree with Commissioner Stebbins that the past policy and agreed upon policy, the chair would designate the secretary to serve as chair in the chair's absence. And even if the chair had not previously designated another commissioner, the secretary would serve as chair. That was deployed over half a dozen times seamlessly with no objection. So there's policy, there's precedent there to support this. And I agree with you, Commissioner Concepcion, no one is entitled to the acting chair role. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. And so having said that, I will second Commissioner Stebbins' motion. Oh, has he made his motion technically, or just his comment?
He hasn't made it yet. I think
okay, then I will track that.
But I will keep that in mind as we move forward.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other comments, I'll give Commissioner Stebbins an opportunity to make your motion.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I would move that the commission appoint the commissioner serving as secretary to serve as acting chair from today's meeting going forward.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
No.
Commissioner Roy,
Yes, aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes no. The motion fails. Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion, in terms of your comments and sort of where we're at today. I would like to put a motion on the table for us to discuss a little bit. And I know that Commissioner Stebbins, your motion, talks about some of the conversation that we had the last time that we voted acting chair Concepcion in, which is around the regulatory work. And I think we're all in agreement that Commissioner Concepcion did an amazing job in walking us through the regulatory function of the commission. I also think that besides that, she has been doing a great job of moving us forward. We said this at the last meeting, and I don't even want to say the word, but we said we're in a pickle. We're in uncharted territories, right? And I know how you feel, Commissioner Stebbins, about presidents and sort of your conversation. I went back and looked at our last meeting and looked at our argument, obviously, in preparation for today, because I really wanted to sort of re-educate myself in terms of our conversation last time and why we thought Commissioner Concepcion would make a great acting chair. And I think, from my motion that I'll put on the table, and I'm gonna read it now just so that you all have it, is I move to designate Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair until further notice from the State Treasurer's office. As we know, the State Treasurer is the appointing authority for the chairperson's position. And I think until further notice, I would like to nominate Commissioner Concepcion to continue being the acting chair. We have, I think folks can agree to this, have done a lot of work in the last few months, have worked collaboratively to figure some things out. We don't always get along, which is okay. But I think we've done a good job. And Commissioner Concepcion, I want to just thank you, because I've seen you out. I've seen you on interviews. I've seen you managing these meetings, managing us. We're a lot. We're a handful, including myself, right? And the governance conversation, we had a lot of conversations in governance, and we're still not done with governance. We have not voted on a specific charter yet for the commission. And I really want to be able to allow us to have this conversation and to sort of move forward. And I just think that, Commissioner Concepcion, I think that you have allowed us to do that the last few months. And I don't see right now, we have the momentum. I don't see why now we need to. I think you're the best person right now to be the chair and to continue to move us forward. So I don't want to keep sort of going around, but that is my motion. And I'm happy to send it back to you, Commissioner Concepcion, acting chair Concepcion.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Thank you for those words. Are there any additional comments or questions around what Commissioner Camargo has stated? I'm just looking to see if this is a yes or no. If there was any comments.
Oh.
No.
And I'm happy to read my motion again if need be, because I know I said a lot, but I'm happy to read it again.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, for the record, please read your motion, please.
Thank you. I move to designate Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair until further notice from the State Treasurer's office.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I will second your motion. And there is a motion on the floor that has been seconded. I do not see any additional questions. So at this point, I will do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
No.
Commissioner Stebbins.
No.
The chair votes aye. The motion does not pass. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Concepcion. Obviously, giving some consideration to the agenda as it sits before us, and our need to obviously resolve this conversation and kind of move forward. Is there an interest in, let me back up. I think all four of us carry an incredible responsibility, and we've shown that we can collaborate, we can work well together with, and each of us, I think, brings tremendous experience to the roles that our original appointing authorities saw in us to nominate us for these roles. Is there any interest or thoughts from my colleagues about potentially rotating the chair's responsibility in this kind of intervening period that we find ourselves?
Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind fleshing that a little? I guess what I'll be more direct in what I'm asking.
Sure.
Tell me your concerns. Your concerns with how we've functioned to this point.
Yeah, no, is I hope I've been clear. Again, in Chair, this is, kudos to be directed to you for guiding us through this intervening period. Again, as you pointed out, when we took the vote to make you acting chair, it was through today, right? Through to getting promulgation done. And as I said, excited that we did it ahead of time, which is great. But again, we kind of find ourselves in this awkward period, in a pickle, as Commissioner Camargo uses the term. And again, I have some concerns that we're not following past practice. I know this one, my suggestion here would not necessarily mean past practice either. But just trying to think through a way is we're all trying to tackle different work responsibilities, different priorities as we move ahead, the four of us as commissioners. Just wanted to put the idea out there of, should we consider rotating the responsibilities for chair again in this intervening period?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is that a little more clear?
A little bit. I still,
okay.
I'll maybe if I rephrase it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's helpful for me and maybe for all of us involved and the public who are obviously watching whatever determination we make in our conversations around this. I've intentionally led in a really collaborative and mindful way, but because you've offered the motion to transition to a different, just a different leadership at this point, I guess I'm wondering sort of the crux of that and what some of the things you would like to see changed.
It isn't really, thank you for that question. I'll raise my hand. I know I'm supposed to wait until recognized. It really is, again, I want to be mindful of past practice. I know this is a little bit outside of past practice, but we're trying to manage our way through this intervening period that we hope will have some resolution to it soon. But at the same time, I think all four of us have been working in a very collaborative fashion. And we had one motion that I offered that wasn't met with approval. We've had a second motion. Just throwing out there for conversation, not a motion at this point, but just to get my colleagues' feedback on the idea of, rotating the chair's responsibilities again through this intervening period.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And Commissioner Roy, I see you. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. I just, excuse me, want to say, as Commissioner Camargo said, debate and disagreement is healthy. It's good. The legislature created us as a 5-member board to have an uneven number. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in this conundrum with an even number for the world to see that it's difficult, right? We have an even number. That's why you have 5, because to avoid deadlock. But we have deadlock. And Commissioner Stebbins at the in September offered a compromise solution to have you as acting chair through November 9th, and that has expired today. And I want to thank Commissioner Stebbins once again for coming up with a possible compromise solution. So I would ask this, respectfully ask this body to consider, since we are deadlocked and we are in a 4-person conundrum through no fault of our own, that we would consider a compromise solution like we did last time. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy, are you vocalizing your support for Commissioner Stebbins?
I'm asking this.
I'm trying to read what you're saying.
Okay, so he hasn't made a motion. So I'm saying last time.
I don't mean the motion. I'll clarify.
I know. I'm trying to finish my thought to answer your question. I'm trying to answer.
But I don't know if I'll just clarify my question, and then I'll give you the space to answer it. Commissioner Stebbins has now suggested a rotated chair position. So that was something that he's suggesting now. You've spoken about the deadlock on both motions that were offered. Are you supportive of the idea that Commissioner Stebbins has offered?
I'm saying my first choice would be past precedent and policy, which was employed, but we are deadlocked because we only have 4 members, and your powers expired today, and we are again deadlocked. So what does this body do, and what can we consider as a compromise solution? And I'm asking this body to, like Commissioner Stebbins, to possibly consider now my first choice is past policy and precedent, deadlocked. Your powers have expired today, deadlocked. What else can this, instead of remaining deadlocked, what else can this body do for a compromise solution?
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for that. And Commissioner Roy, thank you as well for your comments. I think we need consistency. I think we have it right now. We all know that we're waiting for the notice from the State Treasurer's Office. Let's be fully transparent on that. And I would like to, I will offer a motion when the time is right and or now to have Commissioner Concepcion as the acting chair until our December 14th meeting. I mean, we're deadlocked on the other 2 motions. I hear you all on the rotating. I personally think we need consistency, and I think that it's working right now. So I would offer a motion to revisit this, to appoint acting chair, Commissioner Concepcion, as the acting chair until our December 14th meeting. It is an uncomfortable conversation that we need to do, and we need to keep doing it, and it's in public and it sucks. But the reality of it is that we have so much work to do, and we got to get moving in terms of our policy conversation this month, and our last meeting in December, and folks are waiting. So I will put that motion on the table. I hear you on the rotating stuff. I know other commissioners have done it before. I've heard of that before as an option. I am not for it right now, because I think that consistency is important for us right now, and we've been working collaboratively under Commissioner Concepcion's leadership, and I think we should keep it like that at least to December 14th. So that's my motion.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, and thank you, Commissioner Roy, for your thoughts. I'm very interested to hear your motion, Commissioner Camargo. I would agree to that. With the caveat that despite everything we have going on, I would like to see us work to complete our governance charter work in the intervening period. I'm going to be steadfast in that we need to finish that work. It'll create a roadmap so that, unfortunately, if we have to run into this situation again in the future, we would have some clear direction instilled as a process that, hopefully we won't find ourselves in this situation again, this pickle, as Commissioner Camargo calls it. But, I want to see a commitment to finishing up that process kind of in the intervening period. But I appreciate the motion Commissioner Camargo put forward, and certainly would welcome any other comments on the thoughts I just shared.
Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Stebbins, I hear you. And I know we have a lot of work to finish our governance, but I mean, we're having this conversation, and this is a time that we can all talk. Like, I would be careful with us, with the caveat of us finishing the governance, because we all know how long it's taken us to have conversations around governance, and a lot of great conversations. And there's 4 of us right now, and we still have work to do on our governance. So I would just, I would be mindful of making that the caveat. I think that we should all work together to kind of get there, but I wouldn't make it as a, sort of mandatory thing, because then we may get ourselves sort of locked into something and rush through something that is not done yet. There's holidays coming up for folks. People are taking vacation. I don't know where all of us, are at in terms of the next few weeks. So I would just ask respectfully that we don't make that and lock us into that being a caveat for it, but that we encourage ourselves. And I know we're having a conversation in maybe next week or at the end of the month around that, but I would just be mindful, because we know that CCC time is, moves fast in this place. So I just don't want to lock us in. I don't want to lock us in. And I know that we have a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of policy matters, like Commissioner Roy said, that, we're all looking to do. And so I'll stop there. You guys know I can keep going, but I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I will, on the governance piece, I'll say a couple of things, and I want to be, I know, it's protected by executive session, so I will not, disclose too much there, but I share your sentiment, Commissioner Stebbins. That's why you have noticed that there has been efforts to make sure we are having the conversation, and I think it's okay to say wrapping at least the internal conversations before the close of the year. December 14th, I don't know, but the goal is there, and I think it's okay for me to share that. I agree with you. I think it's important not only for us and the staff here, but also for anyone else who's sort of curious about the way that we operate and function. So I hear you. And Commissioner Stebbins, I saw your hand up again, so I'll give you the floor.
No. I just wanted to clarify something in my statement for Commissioner Camargo. I'm not saying lots of things can happen for individual votes on this, but I do think that we need to continue the work on the governance, and we need to be diligent about trying to wrap that project up and bring it to a conclusion. I didn't say needed to have something officially done. Obviously, if we got to that point, that would be great. But just kind of a commitment for all of us to, and obviously the chair can call a meeting, put forward an agenda. 3 commissioners, I believe, can also do that. But that's something that's important to me, and I want to see us make every effort to wrap that work up.
Commissioner Roy.
Since Commissioner Camargo's motion is open-ended until the treasurer, there's no finite date.
I think her last one was December 14th.
Was December 14th. Her last one is December 14th.
Yeah, because we,
I'll let Commissioner Roy
But
finish.
that's different.
this
That's not aligned with the governance.
Commissioner Roy, first, I want to protect our executive session, so I'm not going to go into the details of that just yet, but we do not have a package yet that is, in front of the public. But I just want us to be mindful about the way that we're speaking about things.
Sure. The wrap-up date is November 30th.
I don't know if that's completely accurate, actually. I won't go into the logistics here, but Commissioner Camargo. You're muted, Commissioner Camargo.
sorry, I was just going to repeat my motion so that we're all clear what motion we're talking about, if that's necessary.
Thank you so much, Grace O'Day on staff. The governance contract concludes on December 31st. And that's public information. That's for all of us to know and be aware of. So that contract concludes at the end of this year. And Commissioner Camargo, yes, please. Oh, Commissioner Roy.
But the purpose could wrap up on the 30th. So that's why I brought that date up.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Roy. Our governance process is important. So I move to designate Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair until the December 14th meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second? I will second the motion. The chair has been moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
No.
Commissioner Stebbins.
No.
The chair votes aye. 2 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion does not carry. Commissioner Stebbins, I'm going to give you the floor because I think you might have some insight into your thinking. So just talk to us.
Okay. You give me a minute, Chair. If somebody else wants to speak, I'm just kind of thinking through some thoughts, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. Does anyone else want? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. I would just again remind everyone, we find ourselves in Commissioner Camargo keeps using the word pickle. I will say conundrum because we are 4 members and normally we have 5 and this wouldn't even happen. So I'm since half of this body does not want to revert to past precedent and policy, and the other half wants to move in a different direction, I would implore this body to come up with a compromise solution.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I will say, and I said this in some of my opening comments, past precedent, I've now led and chaired over 8 meetings here. I believe the number previous to that, I'm just saying, because we were saying about past president, I don't know if that reason still aligns with where we see ourselves in the way that we have functioned to this point. I don't have any additional thoughts or comments at this point. I said a lot at the beginning just to sort of walk you through my own line of thinking and as well as my own appreciation. But the beauty about this is we're in public, we're having an open conversation, and we can sort of walk it through. Commissioner Stebbins, I think I saw your hand.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Roy.
May I ask, why are you opposed to compromise?
Oh, I haven't offered any motions.
No.
So I'm not in opposition of compromise.
I'll offer a motion.
I think Commissioner Camargo offered a compromised motion. So we're just working through it. And this is organic. So it's an organic.
I'd like to offer a motion.
Hold on, Commissioner Roy. I'll just conclude my statements. This is an open, organic conversation. So we're working it out and we can. And I think, Commissioner Camargo has said this in some of our earlier meetings. We're all entirely capable of kind of getting through this as we have. There are only 4 of us. We've never had a situation like this, ever. It's being covered largely. We all know that this is entirely new. It's a different sort of circumstances that we find ourselves in, but I'm confident in our abilities to really reach something that works for the entire body. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. And I'll echo that. I'm confident in our abilities too, and everyone's ability on this body to be able to serve as acting chair. Everyone has that skill set here. So having said that, I will propose a motion for acting chair to have a rotating basis for each meeting, for each commissioner, until we have resolution on the permanent chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Just a quick question. And I'm sorry if I missed it in your motion, Commissioner Roy. Is there a timeline for that rotation? Is it 2 months? Is it 3 months?
I said until there's permanent resolution on the chair. So how, if we want to friendly amendment it, Commissioner Stebbins, but I just said until there is a resolution on the status of the chair.
Right. That would happen anyways, obviously, when there's resolution to that question. But I'm trying to think of. I'd like to get a clearer idea of what we think a appropriate rotation would be in this scenario.
Sure. We could do it starting alphabetically. I'll leave that up for discussion or friendly amendment. And for each meeting, we are all commissioners. We are all have the skill set. There is no one that has a skill set that couldn't handle this responsibility. So we can all do that. And so I'm proposing that it would rotate alphabetically and until there is final resolution on the chair.
Commissioner Camargo.
There's no second on this motion right now, so I'm going to ask some questions. Is that fine? Okay.
Yes.
So one is we're putting on, and obviously we have to put a motion on the table to discuss it, but, and I understand the compromise we're trying to do, but I want to be also mindful of the impact that would have on consistency, on our team, on us, in terms of us, how we're moving forward right now. I also want to ask why. I will tell you all right now, you're putting a motion, but we haven't talked amongst us as commissioners. I don't feel the need that I have to be acting chair to run any of these meetings right now. I put 2 motions on the table because I have full confidence in Commissioner Concepcion, her style, her leadership, and how we've been moving the last few months until further notice of the State Treasurer's Office. I leave it, I ask you all commissioners, Commissioner Concepcion, you can answer as well because you're an acting chair, but why do you all, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, do you feel that that's something that you want to do? Why is it that you feel like that needs to happen right now when what we have right now is working and it's consistent and we are focused on the work right now? So my question to you all is like, why? Besides the compromise.
Commissioner Roy.
I asked the same question of you, Commissioner Camargo, back in September when what we had was working, no one had objected, it went fine, flawlessly, no problems, not disruptive, leader, and it worked fine. And I asked, and you said I don't need to answer that. That was the reply that you had given me. I think the body is in deadlock. We only have 4 members. Half the board wants to go one way, half the board wants to go the other way, and let's just compromise.
Commissioner Camargo.
And Commissioner Roy, I'm not going to go back and forth with you. We can if you want to. I'm happy to do that. However, in September, I had already given us the reasoning why. And then you asked me again. Yourself and Commissioner Stebbins asked us, myself and Commissioner Concepcion sort of questions, clarifying. You guys, Commissioner Stebbins, you asked Commissioner Concepcion to sort of walk us through, why she thought she could do this. You guys, you had some questions. So I answered some of that back then. But the second time, at some point, I just said, I'm not answering because I've already answered it. So I just want to be clear with that. But
You muted.
sorry. I'm happy to hear from you too in terms of, the why. Why do you want to run a reading? Is that something you really want to do, Commissioner Stebbins? Like Commissioner Roy? Is that something you want to do as well? We also have to vote in January, which is 3 months from now, on, I believe, the treasury role. And I don't know, Commissioner Roy, if we're voting again on the secretary piece in January, but that's also, something else that we have to think about. But the other piece of it too is, and Commissioner Roy, I'm kind of speaking to your comment right now. We're in a good place right now in terms of the workload, the flow of the work, and working collaboratively. I know right now it's difficult, but I'm just curious. I'm really curious, Commissioner Stebbins. Like, is this something that you want to do? Do you want to, if we rotate every 2 months, every 3 months, like, what are we doing? Like, I don't know. I want to hear from you all, if and from everybody. So.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I would share a proposed motion with all of you. Again, we want to move ahead. We want to get to our agenda. Unfortunately, public meeting is the only opportunity when the four of us have a chance to connect and meet and walk through these issues. I would consider inviting the acting chair to continue in this role through the month of December, with two conditions kind of that we at least schedule or reschedule the appropriate meeting sessions to further our work on our governance, and that we begin the new year with a rotating option or responsibility for another commissioner for 3 months to serve as the acting chair, and then rotate it at the conclusion of those 3 months. Again, a lot might happen that we don't have any control over in the intervening period. But I throw that out as a recommendation or a thought, and then invite any of my colleagues to weigh in.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy.
In the spirit of fairness and compromise, with that resolution starting January 1, it rotates. I would be amenable to, if it's voted on, it starts January 1, it will rotate.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So, Commissioner Stebbins, is that a motion? Are you making the motion?
I'm happy to put a motion on the table. I would move that acting chair Concepcion continues her service as acting chair through December 31st. That the commission during that time period convene a meeting session to continue our work on governance, and that beginning January 1st, in alphabetical order, that we rotate the chairmanship every 3 months.
Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Stebbins, if I could do a friendly amendment, because I think I'm, like everybody, trying to find a resolution here. But my friendly amendment is that we wait until December 14th to vote on the rotating portion of your resolution. I see Commissioner Roy saying no, but we're on a hold. We can, I don't know how we amend a motion to say that then we do that in December in terms of the rotation piece of it. Let me just tell you let me just say what I'm thinking is that we move to designate Commissioner Concepcion as the acting chair until December 14th. At that time, we then have the discussion about the rotation. And it sounds like Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins, you all want to rotate, which is fine. I'm assuming that any commissioner who doesn't want to participate in that process can withdraw and allow the next person in alphabetical order, whether by first name or last name, however we usually do it, then we do it. But January is still far away. So I just don't think that's the best. I understand of the compromise. I just don't think in terms of leading an organization, managing the organization right now, we have an acting executive director. I just don't think that's the way to do it. And I understand why. And I don't know if the reasons are real or they're just, I want an opportunity to run a meeting, So to me, I feel like we are in a good place right now. We have some consistency. We have to wait and see what happens, soon. And I just think that I'm just very curious as to the why. And I know that maybe some commissioners may not answer it. So my friendly amendment is that we vote on that in December. And it sounds like, yeah, that would be my friendly motion, if that makes any sense.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for your thoughts. I will politely reject your friendly amendment, and I only do that because we need to make some decisions. I don't want to have to revisit this conversation again. And certainly my intention would be that, if a commissioner does decide that, hey, everything on their plate, professionally, work-wise, the individual may not feel comfortable deciding to chair. That's completely within their decision, not committing or binding any of my colleagues to do anything. But again, I'd like to leave my motion on the table as we have it, that acting chair Concepcion serves through December 14th, and that we make sure that we add an additional meeting to continue our governance work, and that beginning January 1st and with our January meeting, that the chairmanship of the meetings and of the commission rotates on a quarterly basis.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
And obviously we hope that the issues that have put us in this position hopefully will be resolved by then.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, I have a few follow-ups. I guess the first thing is, I think Commissioner Camargo asked the why. So I do want to ask the why. I'll reiterate that question. And I guess what I'm asking is, what are, in order to accomplish what? So I know I've said this before in some of our other meetings, to what end? Taking ourselves out of this equation. Take myself out of this equation. Talking to industry, speaking to the staff in the agency. Can you just, at least selfishly, walk me through sort of your thought process and what you're trying to accomplish by doing so?
Sure. Thank you for that question. You know, again, I've tried to make arguments in emotion that we really need to commit ourselves to what past practice is. I talked about this at our September meeting, trying to find a resolution or something we can all agree on an approach that continues to guide and move the agency forward. And doing it, I guess, do it in a way that is fair and hopefully reflects what our past practice has been, but understanding we got to tackle today's agenda. We have additional work, as we know, on governance, and that, you know, we kick the year off with an approach that, again, hopefully at that point might reflect what our agreement on governance might look like, but just offering that as a compromise or an approach to move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll one more question. I see Commissioner Roy's hand up, but I just want to kind of go through my own thoughts so I'm understanding it correctly too. I understand the benefit to the board. I understand the you know, I can tell Commissioner Roy is very interested in serving in this role. Commissioner Stebbins, you might be as well. I understand that. And to that, I'm not, you know, I'm still thinking that through. The other part of me and what I'm really focusing on and what I have focused on in this entire time from September until now is around consistency and stability, both internally at the agency and outside, because industry folks were, as you know, they are watching, they are very involved, and as they should be. So I'm trying, I want to balance the two. I'm trying to understand what are we trying to accomplish for the industry and for the agency? What does this do? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, it's a great question, Chair. You know, my thoughts around this are, and yes, is an industry that lives every day in a regulated environment. Consistency is important. Kind of expectations, what lies ahead is important. But we match that up with this intervening period that we happen to find ourselves in. I'm just suggesting with my new motion that we commit ourselves, one, to a path forward, and two, by not having to revisit this discussion again in December, that the industry understands where we would begin the new year until such time as the question of the chair is hopefully resolved.
Thank you,
That answer your question?
That does answer it. I understand. Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. I second Commissioner Stebbins' language. And, you know, another benefit to the rotation, and I implore, let's just move forward. We have a big agenda. Let's just all compromise and move forward so we can get to work. But the nice thing about rotating is it brings for the agenda setting, right? We all have different priorities. We all have a different lens. And this way, all of us can help with the agenda, can agenda set, because the chair, for those that may not know, sets the agenda. And let it rotate. We all have different priorities. We all have our different lens. We are all competent. We are all, so I implore this body, let's just compromise and move on, because people are waiting. There are licensees waiting for us to move on them. And, you know, we had stability before. We had a policy before. And Commissioner Stebbins, thank you. You came up with the compromise in September and again today. And I thank you for that. And let's just move on. Let's get to work. Okay. So I second that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. We have time. Let me say that. We only have, the discussion is only for roles here within the commission, and there's an abbreviated amount of provisional licenses on the docket for today's agenda. So this is significant. This is an important conversation. So I don't want us to feel like there's a rush, and we're doing it in a way that is respectful and like collaborative. So I think that because of the significance, it's okay for us to flesh it out and ask any questions that we have. But the motion has, oh, Commissioner Camargo. You're muted, Commissioner.
Of course I am. And again, these are thoughts to the comments that have been made. We're all trying to compromise. So Commissioner Stebbins, I hear you, and I know that you've brought the last motion forward, and you're bringing this one. I also know that you're always, we're always looking to see what Commissioner Stebbins is going to do, right?
Don't do that.
Well, that's just a reality. The chair does set the agendas, and I hear you, Commissioner Roy, in terms of, you made a comment that made me think, the chair manages the agenda, the agenda setting is the chair's responsibility. What gets on it, what doesn't get on it. I remember our former chairman would always say, I'm not going to fight what gets on the agenda. Everybody has, equal footing in terms of putting things on the agenda. I hope that this is not personal. I hope that this is not personal agenda setting, because the agendas should be for everyone, right? And sometimes we run out of time, or something's posted, or it's too late, or for whatever reason, it's too packed, it's this, it's that. I think we don't know what's going to happen in December. Us rotating is going to be inconsistent internally. It's going to be inconsistent externally. I think I understand the reasoning in terms of collaborating and being an option. I just think it's a bad idea unless commissioners, you're really eager to be the chair of this commission. Then that's something different, or to be the acting chair. I always tell people we got to check our egos at the door, and sometimes our egos drive us to do things, and you don't know the reasoning why you're doing it, but your ego's attacking you because you think you want to do something. I think the rotation for this commission, for these times, create inconsistency externally and internally. There's a lot of things up in the air that we have to sort of figure out. Commissioner Concepcion, I met you working at the commission. I didn't know you before I came to this commission. The same thing with Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins. But because you're the acting chair, and because I've, put motions forward to support you, I respect you. I respect your style. I respect what you've been doing the last few months. We are a handful. It is not easy to manage us, to manage the outside world, to manage the internal world, the transitions that we find ourselves in. People have been in this commission for 6 years. People are transitioning to new jobs. People are tired. This is not a 40-hour-a-week job. Our team is high level. I read the change of ownerships a couple of days ago, and I'm like, wow, our investigators are mapping out so much stuff. I really like this job. I've said this before. I love this job. I love what I do. I love that I'm a commissioner. I love that I'm a social justice commissioner. I'm excited about social consumption. I'm excited about having conversations about micro businesses and delivery, economic empowerment, social equity, right? We forget sometimes why we're here, why we're doing the work, because at times we're thinking about the next job, the next gig. What am I going to say that someone's going to come back and use against me or for me later on? So I really encourage us all to really think about the reasons why we're making the motions and the comments that we're making. And Commissioner Concepcion, back to my point is, you have done a really great job and a very effective job, both internally and externally. And sometimes we think that we want to be in these leadership roles, and then when you get here, like, what did I get myself into? So I want to just say that, and that's like from the heart. I don't agree right now on the rotation, at least not till December. that we have some notice from the state treasurer's office.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Yeah, I for one, I just want us to move past this point, which is, the entire time I've been on the commission with, the folks that, the leaders that we've had serving in the chairmanship's role, have never felt that I didn't have a voice in getting anything on an agenda. I think that's important. I hope all of us have shared that same experience. Again, I'm looking for my intention behind my motion is to just give us a path forward during this intervening period. Again, I really am mindful of what our past practice was, and again, I'm happy to restate my motion, but I would like to move the question.
Commissioner Roy.
And I, again, second it, but I just want to, Commissioner Camargo asked me a question if I wanted to be permanent chair. I need to answer that for the record. I have no conflicts at play. I have not expressed interest in becoming, if there's a vacancy, to be the permanent chair, nor will I. So I have no conflicts at play. You asked this question, and so I feel it's important for the record to state that. So there's no conflicts at play here. So I just think that's important to state. And we've spent over an hour on this now. So I implore this body, can we please compromise and move forward?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So, Commissioner Camargo.
I have a legal question, and I know we have a motion on the table. I still want to add my friendly amendment to it, or create a new motion, but I also want to, I'm curious about legal. If we don't get to a resolution and we stay in deadlock, what does that mean?
I see, and our acting Deputy General Counsel Andrew Carter and our new General Counsel Christina Gasson. Yeah. If you are available to respond, Commissioner Camargo.
No, I'm sorry, and I should have said this in the beginning. Commissioner Roy, I never asked you if you wanted to be permanent chair, so I just want to make that clear amongst you and I. I never asked.
No, you did.
Yeah.
You did.
No, not about permanent chair, just about the chair here, but I just wanted to make that clear.
You did both.
Commissioner.
Did both.
Good morning, General Counsel, and welcome to the commission. Please give us your legal opinion.
Good morning, commissioners. It's great to be here with you at last. So I think I would just echo the legal advice that Acting Deputy General Counsel Carter gave you back at the August meeting, is that it would be highly advisable for you to select a chair. There's currently, as you know, no appointed sitting chair that's available to make an acting chair designation pursuant to the statute. And therefore, the commission is the one that's empowered to exercise its authority to appoint an acting chair as its presiding officer. There's also a statute that gives that designation to you. So I would, highly advise that whether it be on a temporary basis, just until a appointed sitting chair can be appointed, that this commission make that call. There's currently, I'm aware of, no policies in the commission that would require any individual to be appointed or designated as an acting chair. So it's purely up to the commission using its own authority to determine whether or not and whom to appoint as its acting chair today.
Thank you, General Counsel. Okay, so at this point, there is a motion on the floor. It has been seconded by Commissioner Roy. I believe there's no additional discussion on this motion. So, Commissioner Camargo.
Can Commissioner Stebbins just restate it, just because I had added the friendly amendment? I want to see where we're at.
Sure. Chair, with your
Yes, Commissioner Stebbins.
permission. I move that the commission appoint acting chair Concepcion through the December 14th commission meeting, that the commission continue and hold a meeting on furthering its work related to governance, and that beginning with our January 2024 meeting, the commission rotate the chairpersonship on a quarterly basis until such time as we are given word by the state treasurer's office.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Mhm.
I don't
I know
know if
that's a
you are
mouthful.
aware, there's already a governance meeting on our calendars. So your motion includes language about including a governance meeting on the calendar. I wanted to know if that was intentional and with the knowledge of knowing that we have something already said.
Knowing that we have that meeting, still want to incorporate it into the motion to obviously, I think, represent the four of our respective commitments to that process and participation in that meeting.
Okay. And I hate to have you do this again, but can you restate the motion one more time, please?
Sure. Madam Chair, I'm gonna have to begin to write this out. Madam Chair, I move that the commission continue the acting chair's appointment through our December 14th meeting, that the commission commit itself to meeting and continuing our work on governance, and that beginning with our January 2024 meeting, that the acting chair's role be rotated among the four commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, I believe you seconded, but I want to just again ask if you have a second for the motion.
I second it.
So the motion has been moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Roy. We will now do a call of the roll. Hold on, before I do this, I see both attorneys on screen, and I guess Deputy General Counsel Carter, please, I saw you waving your hand, so I just want to make sure we're in the legal lines here.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and General Counsel, please jump in. But just for Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Stebbins' motion, perhaps he would like to identify how the rotation will be set. I believe in a previous iteration, he may have said alphabetical by last name, but I think that clarity might be helpful just to set expectations.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
I'm happy to amend my motion with language that beginning with our January meeting, the acting chair's role will be rotated among commissioners in alphabetical order. And if a commissioner chooses not to serve in that capacity, the acting chair's responsibility can be designated to the next commissioner alphabetically.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Camargo?
Before we take the vote, clarifying question, Commissioner Stebbins, I might have not heard you or just it went past me.
Sure.
Rotation for how long?
Quarterly, 3 months.
Okay, I will now do a call on the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
No.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes no, the motion does not pass. Commissioner Roy and then Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy?
I make a motion to nominate Commissioner Stebbins as the acting chair since we cannot compromise and the board is deadlocked. So I make a motion to nominate Commissioner. He's done a fabulous job as well when he's sat in that chair. So I make a motion to nominate Commissioner Stebbins as acting chair since this board will not compromise.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo.
I had another motion, so I'll wait. And I think Commissioner Stebbins had his hand up, so.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Appreciate that word of confidence. However, I would decline to second the motion at this point. I don't have interest in serving as chair, even if that would be a compromise, but thank you for that.
Commissioner Camargo.
I'll go back to a motion that we designate Commissioner Concepcion as the acting chair until our December 14th meeting. Commissioner Stebbins, you talked about this a little bit. We already have a November 30th governance date on the calendar. But I would add that we then, I don't know, the legal team can figure this out for me, but that we add part of this motion, that we add a little bit of more depth, the conversation of rotation in December. And it's gonna be difficult again to have the conversation, but I think we may have more information by December 14th. But I also think that we will be, and again, this is my own personal, professional leadership opinion, is that we will cause major inconsistency at the CCC if we do the rotation thing, even for 3 months, internally and externally. I know it sounds like a good idea. I know it sounds fair. I know it sounds like a compromise, but the reality of it is that it is, to me, it's not a good idea. It's just inconsistent. And it's not because I am supporting Commissioner Concepcion. It's because it's just not a good move for us at the commission as we speak. December 14th, I may have a different opinion. But as of right now, my motion is that we continue to have Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair until December 14th and have the rotating conversation then. I think it'll allow us also to talk to, our acting executive director, see what happens in December, and then prepare for that possible conversation, see what commissioners are interested in actually doing it. Commissioner Stebbins, you just said you're not interested in being acting chair right now, right? So, we can visit that conversation back in December. So that's my motion.
Commissioner Roy.
And I want to thank legal for their opinion. So this board can do the rotating schedule. We do have it in our authority to do that. We heard from legal, we can do that. So, and to me, that doesn't sound like a compromise, because we'll deadlock again, and we've already spent almost an hour and a half on an important conversation, but it'll be on repeat on December 14th if need be. So we have the authority to do the rotating schedule. We just heard from legal that we can. So again, I will implore this board, can we please compromise and move on? And in clarification, Commissioner Stebbins, set the timeline, it's quarterly, set the order, it's alphabetical, and also said that if you as a commissioner don't want to, you can step back and not do it. So that there's many details to his plan. Legal said we can do it. And again, I implore us, can we just please compromise and move forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, I see your hand, but I think Commissioner Camargo might have a response. Commissioner Camargo.
I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll go after
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to respectfully, Commissioner Camargo raised some interesting points. And if you'll permit me, I want to kind of push back or offer just a different viewpoint on some of the points that you raised. In terms of stability for us, stability for the industry, stability for the staff, I think there's my last motion, I think, was attempting to give that level of consistency or assuredness to our team and to the industry that we do have a path forward. Keeping in mind, our staff in this industry is familiar with all four of us. We've been here for, a little quickly approaching 3 years, right? So, in terms of questions about upending anything, I think we do offer a level of consistency. We do offer a level of confidence. We do offer a level of assuredness with respect to our individual working styles that we have among the four of us, that how we've engaged with the industry to this point and how we've engaged with our incredible team during this whole process. So I push back on any notion that my last motion was too disruptive to that just level of confidence and assuredness and some level of comfort that we're acting in a consistent fashion. So
thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll offer a few of my thoughts. I was sort of thinking this through after you offered it. I support Commissioner Camargo's position here, and it's because I want to have the opportunity to speak with our staff internally. I want to sort of flesh this out a little bit more. This is a new concept, at least for me, in the way that you've offered it. It does signal a change. I'm not necessarily in opposition to it, but I just want to give myself the time to gain some more perspective, specifically from our legal team. So that's where I am right now, but I just wanted to make sure I offer that and that was clear, sort of across the board. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. But we didn't consult with staff when we removed the past president of the secretary. There was no consultation of staff at that point. This board has the authority to pick the chair, and at that point, there had been precedent for many years, and that was seemingly disregarded with no consultation to staff. So I just please implore, can we not dig our heels in? Can we please move forward? Can we please compromise? And Commissioner Stebbins, if you want to present that motion language again, I will second it. Let's please, can we just move forward and compromise? No person is entitled to the acting chair. Commissioner Concepcion, you said that at your opening comments. No one person is entitled to this role. So if we could please just get to the business at hand that this body is sworn in to do, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, I see your hand. I will just respond with a few thoughts. Absolutely. No one is entitled to this, and we are all individual commissioners with individual votes. So my statement before you offered your comments, Commissioner Roy, were about my own, the way that I intend to vote and the rationale behind that, because I do want to make sure that you're aware, Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo are aware of my line of thinking and why I'm thinking like that. So that is the rationale behind it. The other thing is, we've never had a situation like this. We've never had a situation where we are now. And I will not go in and talk, at length about where we find ourselves, but it is unprecedented. And that is why we're here now. And that is why we're having these meaningful conversations. So I just wanted to say those two things. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I just go back to the motion that I have on the table, which is to designate Commissioner Concepcion as the acting chair until our December 14th meeting, where we will then have a revisit the conversation on rotation.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second? I will second the motion. The motion on the table that's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. I'm sorry, Commissioner Camargo, could you repeat the motion?
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I move to designate Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair into our December 14th meeting. Bullet point under that we have, that we revisit the conversation of the rotating acting chair with the 3 months time frame that you put in alphabetical order. And if any commissioner wants to decline and move it to the next person like we do at Scrum, then we do that. But I won't be doing, I won't vote on that until December.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Commissioner. If I can offer a friendly amendment to that, with language that, yes, even though, we do have the meeting on the books, but that the commission commits itself to furthering our governance work during this time period.
Commissioner
Commissioner Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, I'm okay with that because we're already doing it and we know that the governance work is important.
So, Commissioner Camargo, I hate to do this because I know you said a few things.
That's okay.
Can you restate the motion? And
Sure.
I know with the amendment.
Sure. And I'm going to call on legal to come on screen and just help me because I'm speaking just out loud. In case I have to amend it or it needs to sound a different way. But I move to designate Commissioner Concepcion as acting chair until our December 14th meeting. I don't know how. With continuing, Commissioner Stebbins, what was the word that you used? Furthering our governance work from now until the end of the year. And with the conversation on rotation, as Commissioner Stebbins has laid it out, which is a 3 months alphabetical order time frame conversation in December. So the motion kind of has like three things, which is, and I know I have to be careful with motions that are a few. So I would ask legal if you can help me to sort of digest this motion so it makes sense. Is that fair? Chair Concepcion?
That's fair. All right, General Counsel?
I think that sounds fine. I think you might want to just clarify that you're also making a motion to move that agenda item to that meeting so that it's clear that you'll be discussing both the vote on the acting chair and any potential rotation of acting chair duties on that date.
So there's a motion on the table. Is there a second? Commissioner Roy?
I have a comment. Commissioner Camargo, you've said the word stability many times. But what you're proposing is not stability. It perpetuates instability. And it feels like you're buying time, and we're going to revisit. We're going to be in the same conundrum on December 14th because you're clearly not in both. Half of this body is clearly not in favor of a rotating schedule. So it feels like it's not a compromise, that it's buying time, and that it removes the stability. It just creates more instability versus Commissioner Stebbins, which was implemented stability. So I'd argue that this motion goes counter to what you have been saying about stability.
I'll offer, just to clarify, I'm not in opposition. So I'll say that again. I think I said that before. It's not that I'm opposed to the notion. It's only that I want to understand it better. And with that, Commissioner Camargo, I will second your motion. So the motion has been moved and seconded. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
No.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. Okay, I think we've had a meaningful conversation. I hope that anyone who was watching got a lot out of that. I think we're due for a break. So I just say about 10 minutes to, I'll drink some water, get my voice back a little bit, and I'll see you guys back here. So I will ask Commissioner Stebbins for a motion to take a 10-minute recess until 11:40.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion was moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We are now recessed for 10 minutes until 11:40. It is 11:40. I can see Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, are you okay? I see Commissioner Roy. Okay, perfect. And Commissioner Stebbins. Okay. So next on the agenda, we're moving now into minutes for approval. So the next item on the agenda is the approval of 4 sets of minutes. They're from the July 28th, 2023, August 10th, 2023, September 8th, 2023, and September 14th, 2023 public meetings. So Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the July 28th well, before I do that, let me pause and take a step back. Are there any questions on the July 28th, 2023 minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'll now ask Commissioner Camargo for a motion to approve the minutes for the July 28th, 2023 meeting.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Next, I will ask Commissioner Roy for a motion to approve the August 10th, 2023 meeting minutes.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Next is the September 8th, 2023 meeting minutes. Before I ask for a motion, are there any questions about this set of minutes? Seeing none, I will now ask Commissioner Stebbins for a motion to approve the September 8th, 2023 meeting minutes. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And the last set of minutes is for the September 14th, 2023 meeting minutes. Are there any questions or comments on this set of minutes? Okay. Seeing none, I will ask Commissioner Camargo for a motion to approve the September 14th, 2023 meeting minutes. Commissioner Camargo, is there such a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed, and that concludes this segment of the meeting. Our next item on the agenda is the Acting Executive Director and Commission Staff Report. So I will now turn it over to the Acting Executive Director, Deborah Hilton Creek.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is awesome because we're coming up against Veterans Holiday, and I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our veterans and to thank you all for your service. And let's remember those who have sacrificed their lives for our freedom. That's
And
really
Debbie, thank
important for
you
us.
as well. I don't mean to cut you off, but I
Thank
realized we
you.
did not thank you for your service. Thank you.
I
Thank you, Debbie.
put myself in thank you, Madam Chair. I put myself in the class of veterans, so I included myself with your sentiments. So thank you so much. So I really respect and appreciate the discussion among the commissioners, and I think that I can speak for the staff when I say that we respectfully support your debates, discussions, and decisions. And I have every confidence in the ability of our staff to pivot when we have challenges and to pivot to new leadership, pivot to change. So I just wanted to, put that out there. And so for my report, this is going to be very quick. I will start with the promulgation of our regs. And I just wanted to say that we do have some intense work ahead of us, which requires pulling an implementation team together to work on next steps. And this is in collaboration with the various internal partners, the various divisions within the agency. And obviously, a huge part or a huge component of this is going to be the crucial work that that we need to do around HCAs, which will obviously also represent maybe the bulk of our work, and which will require careful attention to its implementation. So we may need to give some consideration to providing regulatory interpretive sessions or development of a means to address anticipated inquiries. And I just want to say that the leadership team has already begun those conversations, and so more to come on that. Just a quick comment about what
Debbie,
I witnessed with. Yes.
I'll pause you for a second, just because it looks like we have a question from Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Acting Executive Director. Appreciate all the work that has been started, and as we've all talked about this morning, we were ahead of our deadline. I hope as we move forward, and a lot of good work is going on, and like I said, already been started, that we build kind of regular updates into this portion of the meeting as we go through the next few months. Obviously, we have another deadline for us in which all of this has to be fully implemented. So either giving an update at future public meetings, or certainly executive directors, you have, I believe, regular check-ins with all four of us. Let's make sure that's a consistent part of the agenda and that we're staying on task.
Okay.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you.
Debbie, yep, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment about what I witnessed being new to the commission. And I wanted to say thank you to our commissioners for running such an unbelievable marathon alongside the staff. And thank you for modeling to our staff, other states, the country really as a whole, that collaboration gets results. Thank you to the staff for running an amazing race, the intensity of the focus of the commissioners and our staff to achieving such a milestone, and to do that publicly was absolutely unparalleled and very remarkable. So thank you for that. Our internal budget process, as you know, has already begun for FY25, and the leadership team has been working on budget reviews several weeks now and has already met on multiple occasions. I am working with the chiefs to review and analyze current agency needs relative to staffing, operational resources, and obviously the upcoming implementation of our regs relative to staffing and operational resources will clearly inform our efforts around our budget bill for FY25. I have to give a shout out to our acting budget director and our acting CFAO for jumping in and for providing the numbers, so to speak, to us. And that's been a really great collaborative process, and we hope to continue that. Focus planning around what we will need to support a strong infrastructure to appropriately meet these requirements is a significant component of our budget analytics as well. So more to come on the budget. We'll present another update at our November meeting. It'll be a quick update as this one, but we'll have full details at our December 14th public meeting. Okay, I am going to skip to the human resources update, specifically around recruiting. As you know, we do have a hiring freeze at the moment. And it is important for us to understand that.
I'm on mute. Debbie, I'm going to pause you just for a moment. I just seen Commissioner
Okay.
Roy with her hand, so I just want to make sure before you continue to the next item that she has an opportunity to ask any questions she has. So Commissioner Roy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Acting Executive Director, for this update. I could ask Director Giancola to perhaps, if he's available. I just have a question. We received some information about the supplemental budget. If he could just give us a brief update, that would be, if he's available. And if not, we can table it to when he is, but I don't know if he is available.
Don't see him right now.
Okay.
But if he becomes available, I'll just ask that he signal that he is. But
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and if Matt is not available, then I can circle back with a comment on that as well. Okay, so as you know, the hiring freeze is still in place, and I just want everyone to know that or to understand that the positions that we're currently filling are replacements and not new positions, because I think sometimes there's a little bit of a confusion around why we are freezing positions, but yet we continue to hire other positions. So I just want to, make that clear, so we're all on the same page. Relatively brief update on recruitment. I thought it was important for us to look at this statistic because when I first arrived, one of the issues that we thought we would need to take a look at in the human resources function was the number of days that it was taken to fill positions. Right now, I have to say we have an extremely manageable recruitment process. We have 8 open positions currently that we're recruiting for. We are recruiting, and this information is out on our website, but we're also recruiting for the replacement of the CFAO. And we have some very promising resumes for that. We have about 33. So we're going through that. So hopefully next week sometime we'll begin the process of screening. And subsequent to that, we'll go into an interview process. We definitely will keep the commissioners apprised of that activity because this is an important hire for us as well. The number of days posting, we took a look at this as a team in human resources, and our generalists or HR generalists are saying that, the days from posting to hire is roughly 103, which is 3.5 months. We know that we have some work to do to reduce that time. But what was interesting that I wanted to share with you is that the number of days from offer to hire is 84, which means that that's almost a 3-month period. So it looks like the length of the time is on the back end. So we will probably be taking a look at that as a team going forward. Any questions about that? I don't see a hand.
One. So Commissioner Stebbins.
Okay.
Sure. And thank you, Acting Executive Director. And I appreciate your focus as well as the focus of the entire HR team on this issue. It's one I raised with you when you started in understanding. We balance this out, right? This commission is a good place for people to work, especially if they're, passionate about public service. They're passionate about this industry and how it is maturing. One thing that I think is critical is you work to kind of bring that work down, consolidate that time period is, one, making sure that we have constant contact with the candidates, let them know what the process is. I think for anybody applying for a job, the worst thing is not hearing from your prospective employer. But secondly, putting the question out there, and you don't need to answer it, is one, making sure the HR department is staffed with the team that you need to have to make sure that the hiring process goes by a lot faster. So just throw those comments out, invite you to offer any thoughts, but again, appreciate the good work that you and our HR team are doing, and the fact that you're focusing on it and trying to make the timeline a little more expedient.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Commissioner Roy, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Acting Executive Director. And I appreciate your focus on this, because I agree it has taken an extraordinarily long amount of time to get folks from the beginning of the interview process to actually being an employee for your position. It was vacant from November through August, as an example, like just shy of almost a year for a C-suite level important position. So I appreciate you drilling down on this and how do we make this process more efficient. So thank you for that. And I just, if possible, for the next meeting, I'm curious if we could find out how many veterans, including yourself. And I want to, again, thank you for your service, and especially around Veterans Day. You know, we're so grateful to our veterans. How many veterans do work at the commission? I'd be curious to know that statistic. So again, thank you so much. This is really important work.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I also wanted to just add a quick comment to that, that the last part of the second piece of this statistic, the 2.8 months, which is almost 3 months from offer to hire, that's really important for us to focus on. I think one of the reasons why the back end is so long is because of the market, and we are hiring individuals who are already in positions. And so, you know, given notice is one of the issues that we come up against. The other issue also would be if we're hiring someone out of state. That may take a longer period of time, and so it adds to the number of months that we fill a position from days of offer to hire. And we definitely will work on that. Okay. Next, I would like to give a shout out and a thank you in acknowledgement of Acting General Counsel Andrew Carter's role as the Acting General Counsel for his exceptional work that he put forth in the Acting GC role. It's obvious that his dedication is commendable, and I have appreciated his legal expertise, guidance, advice, unwavering support, especially in my role as the AED role. He's a phenomenal attorney. We're just happy that he's a part of our team and a highly respected and valued member. So, and by the way, the rumor about his retirement is from the Acting GC role. We had a little bit of fun with that one. But with that said, I think Andrew is the perfect candidate to lead our welcoming of the new GC. Andrew?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, you may. And Andrew, thank you. I want to echo those sentiments that our Acting Executive Director has stated. You have really stepped up to the plate. I know I mentioned in my opening statements about sort of people going above and beyond, and that is geared, you know, you're part of that cluster, especially when we were going through so many regulatory changes, so many areas that we really needed some really sound legal advice. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude and thank you to you and just co-sign our Acting Executive Director sentiments. But I will give you the floor to our Acting Deputy General Counsel, Andrew Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the board for all of your support when I was in this role, but I am absolutely delighted to introduce our new General Counsel, Christina. So Christina joins us from the Division of Occupational Licensure and has over 10 years of state service. We are absolutely thrilled that she has come to join us, so I want to give a very, very warm welcome to our new General Counsel, Christina Gasson.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you
now
so
I will
much.
give the floor to our new
Welcome.
General Counsel. Welcome, please.
Thank you so much, Andrew and Debbie and all of the commission. I've really appreciated the warm welcome that I've received at the commission over the past week, and I'm super excited to assist in all the important work that's being done not only in the legal department, but agency-wide. I really appreciate having Andrew on board to help me, as well as all the other members of my legal team. They did such fantastic work in the implementation of the equity reform law and the promulgation of our regulations. I'm super excited to continue to serve the Commonwealth in this capacity, working on a number of the issues that are before us, such as social consumption and host community agreements and all of the regulatory work that's on our plate over the next year and beyond. I want to thank everybody I've worked with at the Commonwealth, including my colleagues at the Division of Occupational Licensure and the Department of Family and Medical Leave and beyond. And I'm no stranger to some of the regulatory work that you'll be doing and the challenges that are on your plate. And I'm ready, willing, and happy to continue to serve and assist you all as you continue those efforts. And I just want to echo again the sentiments of the commissioners and the in thanking the acting executive director for her service to the country as we celebrate Veterans Day this weekend, and as well as all the other veterans that are serving and that have served and continue to serve our Commonwealth.
Thank you, Christina. Debbie, did you have any additional comments before we conclude this component of our meeting today?
No, just thank you and welcome again, Christina. We're happy to have you on board.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Acting Executive Director. The next agenda item.
Madam Chair.
Oh, sure. Commissioner Roy, please.
Yes, sorry to interrupt. I think AED was going to give a little update on the supplemental budget, because we didn't have, she said she had a few comments around that.
Debbie?
Oh, yes. I know the last email or communication that we had gotten from Matt was that it had passed the first review and it's on to the second stage. And I think we probably will have more information at our next meeting. So, and we will keep you updated internally as well as we get more information.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright, did you have any follow-ups, or did that suffice?
Yeah, no, and the reason I bring it up, and thank you so much, Debbie, is that we've discussed now publicly the situation we find ourselves in with the budget, $600,000 shortfall, and that was good news to see, possibly in the sub 200,000. So I we've talked about the shortfall so much and tightening our belts, and so I figured we'd share perhaps what could possibly be some good news. So thank you.
For that, Commissioner Roy, it was very good news. So we'll keep our fingers crossed as it moves through the process, and hopeful that the outcome will be in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. And I think we collectively will look forward to a more substantial update at our next meeting. Okay. With that, we are moving on to the next agenda item. I will welcome Suko Defoe, who will be presenting on behalf of licensing today, to go through our staff recommendations on changes of ownership. Welcome,
Hi,
Suko.
good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And I see Director Poffin too. So good afternoon, Director Poffin.
Good afternoon,
you ready?
Madam Chair.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We very well may go right into the recommendations for licensure. There is some preliminary licensing data as part of the Executive Director and Staff's report, if you would like an overview of that. However, if you would like, we could just move into the recommendations.
I think we should go through the data that's here. I think that's always important with our meetings, so please.
Thank you. And sorry to cut Suko Defoe off. I know how much she looks forward to these meetings and seeing all of you. As part of the hybrid version of the licensing data that we've done over the past couple of months, I will go over a couple of the essential slides. As always, all the normal licensing data is available on the public meeting packet that is posted on the Commission's website for anybody to go and view any particular data point that we make available in these meetings. Starting off with the highlights from the licensing data here, we have 3 applications awaiting first review. These are applications that are being submitted for the very first time for businesses to become licensed. This is par for the course for approximately 2 years at this point, is that we're getting applications reviewed. People are hearing from us within 14 days, if not sooner. The second bullet point here is that there are 5 applications awaiting supplemental review. This means that their license application was reviewed at least once. The applicant received a request for information because either something was missing or maybe something wasn't compliant to the Commission standards, and we've given them the opportunity to supplement their application and have it be reviewed again. You do have 3 applications before you for provisional license consideration today. You also have 8 licensees that are up for final license consideration today. Moving on to the next slide. Right here is the stages of licensure and pre-certification. There have been 1,530 license applications that have been approved at some stage or another since the inception of the adult use program in 2018. Highlighted here as normal is the commence operations number, which is another milestone where we are now hitting 600 licensees that have received a commence operations notification from the Commission to open their doors and be set in either as a retailer to open their doors to individuals 21 or older, or if you're a cultivator, product manufacturer, to be able to sell wholesale your marijuana to other licensees. And that is a 32% increase over this same point in time last year, which is substantial in my opinion, but also is par for the course over the last 2 years, which is attributed not only to the licensees moving through our licensing process, but to our investigations and licensing staff that are on the sites performing these inspections, ensuring compliance. Next slide is the normal pizza. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I see. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
Commissioner
Hoffman.
Roy?
Commissioner Roy?
Could I ask, if we go to the previous slide, I just have a question. So in light of Chapter 180 and in light of us creating that pre-verification, I'm wondering after March, like at some point, do we create a pre-verification slide just so we know, like, even though they're technically not a licensee, but just so we are aware, you know, based on the new law and the new regulations?
That is absolutely, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
We pride ourselves here at the Commission in all of our departments to report on the data that we think is, one, valuable, or just data in general in order to ensure our transparency. I would assume that that would be a data point in the future once we stop verifying and pre-verifying those social equity businesses. Is just like we do with things that are non-licensure as of right now, like agent information and stuff like that. But I do see that being a valuable data point once we get that program up and running.
Thank you.
The last slide that we have for you today as staff is this, the pizza shop. We essentially, it's every license type and also the 2 pre-certifications that currently exist right now, but have changed since the promulgation of the regulations. For marijuana courier and marijuana delivery operator. And in this slide, licensees and applicants want to move from left to right. That's left to right is the licensing process, the licensing movement from pending application, obviously, to the end, which is commence operations, which is the goal of every applicant and licensee to reach that stage. Again, the highlight there is we have reached a new milestone of 600. We have, again, the big 3, which is what I like to call them, which is the 3 essential or the 3 more popular license types in our supply chain here in Massachusetts, which are marijuana retailers at 327, marijuana cultivators at 118, and marijuana product manufacturers at 102. There are also probably another point to highlight for you as we do have another independent testing lab that's up for consideration today. We currently have 14 ITLs that are commenced operations within this within the industry, which is an increase from the original 2 back in November or October of 2018. So I want to give a special shout out to our testing team under the direction of our Director of Testing, James Costas, in our Investigations and Enforcement Department, and his entire team for getting our licensees in this particular class moving in that direction and performing the inspections. Happy to answer any questions.
I'm glad that there was more and that you had these slides in this discussion, because I will speak for myself. I look forward to looking at these numbers just to get a clear picture of sort of any trends or what's happening within the industry. So thank you.
You're welcome. That is it from the data presentation, but I do have a comment, or I guess a response from the previous month from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy had made a request to see some data around licensees that were expiring or surrendering, or maybe have been revoked over time since the beginning of the program. We don't have that data for you today, but I will commit to having that some type of presentation for that data submitted to the acting executive director for the December meeting.
Thank you, Director Potvin. I think so. Before I hand it over to Suko, I just want to ask our acting executive director: is there any other components of this report, this component of the meeting before we go into our licensing decisions?
Not really, but I do, and this feels a little bit awkward, but I do want to go back, take a step back a little bit, and to piggyback on this information that Kyle is presenting, is that I wanted to give a shout out to the investigation and enforcement team led by the Chief Investigation and Enforcement Officer. They had 800 transactions already this year. And I think we should not take the word transactions lightly, because embedded in those transactions are a myriad of processes and tasks that need to occur. So I just wanted to, to echo Kyle's compliment to the investigation and enforcement team. And also, just another quick shout out for our Chief Research Officer, working with the with community partners. It was amazing to me the amount of work that goes into conducting research to meet our regulatory mandates. And I think that's something that we can replicate internally. So I also wanted to give a shout out to that team. So thank you, Kyle, for prompting me to take a couple steps back, because I would be remiss if I didn't try to at least put those two departments on our radar, because they are doing incredible work. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam
Debbie.
Chair.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Acting Executive Director, I might have missed it. You said 800 transactions since the beginning of the calendar year or the fiscal year?
Debbie?
Sorry, the beginning of the calendar year.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. And thank you for this presentation. It's always extremely helpful. I was wondering at the next meeting if we could get the number on minority-owned businesses that have commenced operations. Is that possible to get that?
Okay, I believe that's a question for Director Potvin. Director Potvin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you're talking about specifically minority-owned businesses and not all disadvantaged business enterprises?
Exactly, because we kind of just clump everything together, and I'd like to call that out a little deeper, drill down a little deeper, so we have a better understanding of are we meeting our equity mandate in, when we lump everything together, it's hard to parse it out. So if that's possible, I would appreciate that.
I will definitely take that back to the team. It would be a manual process right now. One of the goals is to be able to parse out that data more automatically and be able to report on that on a more regular basis. I will take that back to our leadership team and see if we can report on that next month. But we do, as always, have and you're right, we lump them together, but it's minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, in a data slide later in the public meeting packet. But I hear you loud and clear on that one subset, which is of course important, and I will bring that back to the leadership team.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would love to, Director Potvin, as you just explained, love to see those numbers kind of broken out by all DBEs. So we have that broader picture, and I know there's going to be some data that we're going to see shortly that will reflect some of that work. But I'd also put in a wish that, you know, we look at the broad breadth of disadvantaged business enterprises and how they're operating within the current industry.
Your request is heard loud and clear.
And your acknowledgement of the work that it would take was also heard loud and clear also.
Thank you. And again, if Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes,
just one more kind of appreciation shout out is to our licensing analyst, Derek Chamberlain, who compiles and reviews and sets up all this data every single month for, it seems like, years at this point. He puts in a lot of work doing this, and I just want to give him the appreciation and the shout out that he so rightfully deserves.
thank you to Derek. That's my fellow New England law alum, but I want to also commend him on his work as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that being said, Suko, I believe we are ready for you to walk us through staff recommendations on licensure.
Okay. All right. So first we have change of ownerships. The first is this licensee here is Catahoula Cannabis LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual and one entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Catahoula Cannabis LLC, subject to no conditions, as none were articulated by any commissioners. So I will rephrase that. Commissioner Camargo, I now seek a motion from you to approve the change of ownership for Catahoula Cannabis LLC. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed.
The licensee here is Hudson Growers Alliance LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, I now seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Hudson Growers Alliance LLC. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now seek do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Suko?
The licensee here is MedMen Boston LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for MedMen Boston LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second? Oh, you
Sorry,
might have been
second.
muted.
Second, yeah.
You might be noticing a trend here for this change of ownership. Okay, so the motion has been moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. The next item, I'll leave it to you, Suko, to introduce.
The licensee here is Monroe Associates LLC, doing business as The Vault. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership request for Monroe Associates LLC, doing business as The Vault?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Suko.
The licensee here is Theory Wellness Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 8 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership request for Theory Wellness Incorporated?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Oh.
Sorry.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. The motion carries. Suko.
The licensee here is Twisted Growers LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 2 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for Twisted Growers LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Suko.
The licensee here is Weber Road Ops LLC, doing business as Pioneer Cannabis Company. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership request for Weber Road Ops LLC, doing business as Pioneer Cannabis Company?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
It was moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. That concludes the change of ownership request. Now, I believe we're going into the staff recommendations on renewal licenses. I understand, Suko, that we usually do this in a slate, but I believe there are conditions that were submitted. So let me just go through to make sure we're not going past that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you. And I apologize for for not giving you a heads up on this. I did want to offer some comments on our roster of renewals, if I may.
Please.
Sure. I just want to take a moment, offer some comments on this roster renewal. You know, we've had several discussions, previous meetings about licensees meeting the goals of their positive impact plans and diversity plans. And I'm probably channeling a little bit of Commissioner Camargo here, but I want to acknowledge 617 Therapeutic, Advanced Cultivators, Ashley's, Cosmopolitan Dispensary, Driz, Resonates, Sundrops, Temescal Welding, Wellness, and Wellman Farm for their ongoing efforts. For again, trying to surpass their goals with some strengths and some places where folks need to continue their work. I do see, though, that we continue to come across information where licensees seem apprehensive about seeking information on their employees. I believe there is some technical assistance support we may be able to provide licensees on how they can solicit that employee information in a legal fashion. You know, we want our licensees to be able to demonstrate that success so that they're compliant with our regulatory requirements. But I felt it important to, again, just recognize the folks that are doing a great job, continue to do a great job, and continuing to work towards that success and meeting both the strategies and their positive impact plan as well as their diversity plans.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So I believe you have conditions on 3. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Number 29, Good Chemistry of Massachusetts Incorporated. Then the 50th, which is Pro Verde Laboratories Incorporated, and then 51 Pure Oasis LLC.
I do. If you just bear with me, I'm going to pull those
No,
up.
you don't have to pull them up yet. I just want to make sure
Okay.
we're voting in the way that gives you the opportunity to voice your conditions. So
Sure.
Suco, I believe the first, we can do 1 through 28. So I'll give you the floor just to first go through 1 through 28. Hold on one moment. I see Commissioner Roy's hand up. Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, thank you. I just also want to highlight Ashley's Extracts Inc. And commend them. They hire 17% of their workforce as persons with disabilities. So I just want to commend them for that. Also I have a recusal, just to bring it to your attention, number 53, I have a recusal.
$53. Resonate Incorporated?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me get a list. All right. Bear with me because I want to make sure we're getting through this in a way that's accurate. And Suco, I don't know if you followed all that, but I have my notes. So we can take just the normal way that we usually do our renewals. We'll go with a cluster here for 1 through 28. Maybe we'll do 1 through, actually, hold on. 1 through 28, then 30 through 49, 52, and then 54 through 95. And Suko, I will ask if you've gotten all that and if that's okay to couple together before we proceed.
Yes, Madam Chair, that sounded correct.
Okay. All right, I'll give the floor back over to you and let me know if you need me to repeat anything.
So normally we don't announce these individually. Normally what happens is, like you say, the 1 through 28 and so forth, and you guys just vote on it.
Okay. You bring up my list again.
I believe it was 1 through 28, then 30 through 49,
30 through 49.
and then 51, 52. I think Commissioner Roy has recusal on 53.
But
And
I
then
think I have
54
it.
through 95.
Not 52, so I have it. Okay, so Commissioner Roy, I will ask you for a motion to approve the following renewals: 1 through 28, 30 through 49, 52, 54 through 95. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved by Commissioner Roy and seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. We'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor and none opposed. Okay. Next, now we can go into the conditions. I believe the first condition is for number 29. Commissioner Stebbins, can you please voice your condition for this renewal application?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. My proposed condition for Good Chemistry of Massachusetts, Inc. Is as follows. Within 30 business days of license renewal, clarify and update any results on compliance with diversity plan with activities related to goal number 3, supplier diversity plan, and any related data since last renewal in accordance with 935 CMR 500 1034B, and provide an update to CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any comments or additional conditions on this license? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Roy, I will now seek a motion from you to approve the renewal for number 29, Good Chemistry of Massachusetts Incorporated, MCR 140605, subject to the condition given by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Okay, the next renewal application with a condition is number 50, Pro Verde Laboratories Incorporated. Commissioner Stebbins, again, I'll ask you to vocalize, put your condition on the record, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And this condition is a little unusual because we have new regs that are promulgated, and this relates to somewhat past practice around requiring licensees to reach out to their community during the renewal, ask for the municipal cost documentation. But for this licensee, there was information that they referenced they had received from the community, but didn't find that in the documents that they uploaded to Mass CIP. So it's a simple condition, which states as follows: within 30 business days of license renewal, clarify and update any results on municipal cost documentation and provide reference documentation from host community and provide an update to the CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any comments, additional comments or conditions for this license? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the renewal for, let me put this right, for number 50, Pro Verde Laboratories Incorporated, ILR 267929, subject to the conditions, subject to Commissioner Stebbins' conditions. Is there such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Next, number 51, Pure Oasis LLC, MRR 206596. Commissioner Stebbins, I believe there is there's a condition here that you also want to enter. So I will give you the floor to articulate your condition.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. For Pure Oasis, the recommended condition is within 30 business days of license renewal, clarify and update any results on compliance with diversity plan with activities related to goal number 2 and any related data since last renewal date in accordance with 935 CMR 500-1034B and provide an update to the CCC licensing division. Real quickly, Madam Chair, both for Pure Oasis and Good Chemistry, they've been very aggressive in terms of laying out a strategy where they want to engage with a diverse supplier base and have set goals for that diverse supplier base interaction. But I was reading through their renewals, I didn't see anything that was reporting on their progress or success. So looking for that documentation if it's available.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any additional comments or conditions for this license? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the renewal for Pure Oasis LLC MRR 206596, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. And I believe our last renewal is number 53, Reinstate Incorporated, which Commissioner Roy will be recusing herself. So at this moment, I will give you a moment to turn your camera off, remove yourself from this component of the meeting. Okay. So next we have Resonate Incorporated, MCR 140583. Are there any conditions or comments on this license? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the renewal for Resonate Incorporated MCR 140583?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do we have a second?
Second.
This renewal the motion was moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. And I will invite Commissioner Roy to rejoin us. And I believe that concludes the renewals, but it's Suko. I will ask if that is accurate, if there are any others that we may be missing.
No, I believe that is it.
For the record, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please, Commissioner Roy.
It was 3 in favor.
What did I say?
4.
Oh, geez. Okay. Let me clarify so that we have our minutes correct. For reinstate, there were 3 in favor, none opposed.
And 1 abstent and 1 recusal.
And then 1 recusal. Thank you. Okay, Suko.
Okay, so now we're moving on to the provisional license portion. The applicant here is Finest Trees LLC. The proposed location is 34 through 36 Harrington Avenue, located in Shrewsbury. They received expedited review as a social equity participant and are seeking a marijuana courier license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I'm not aware of any conditions for this provisional license application, but I want to ask my fellow commissioners if there are any conditions or comments that they wish to offer before we go into, okay. I don't know if Commissioner Camargo, if you have a hand up or not. No, okay. All right, seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Finest Trees LLC DOA 100163?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Zuko?
The applicant here is Porter Square Remedies LLC, doing business as Truth. The proposed location is 1908 Massachusetts Avenue, located in Cambridge. They received general review and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Again, I've not received any conditions for this provisional license application, but I'll ask if there are any conditions or comments that any of the commissioners wish to make at this time, please do so. Okay, seeing none.
Sorry.
Okay, when I see, all right, just making sure. Okay.
Just
Commissioner Camargo, please.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to kind of read through their positive impact plan and diversity plan. I just want to I appreciate them doing some work around mentoring with some local colleges, particularly around the community colleges. So RCC, Bunker Hill, and some other private schools. But it's good to see that some of our licensees are reaching out to the community colleges. I think we've talked about it. Commissioner Stebbins is a fan of community colleges. So it's just good to see in some of these plans. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Are there any additional comments or that any of the other commissioners would like to make at this point? Okay. Seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Porter Square Remedies LLC, MRN 284796?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Suko?
The applicant here is the Stories Company Whitman LLC, doing business as Buddy's Cannabis Dispensary. The proposed location is 769 Bedford Street, located in Whitman. They received expedited review as a minority-owned business and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Are there any comments or conditions for this license? Commissioner Roy?
I have a condition, Madam Chair.
Please.
Okay, for the Stories Company Whitman LLC, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any questions on the condition before I ask Commissioner Stebbins? Seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to offer the following condition as well. The language I'm recommending is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. Just for clarification, this is another license applicant who's talking about their plans to do a lot of their hiring and recruitment through the state's mass hire centers. I've kind of raised a flag on this before that mass hires, our mass hire centers across the state have a challenge of being able to support the industry because of their federal funding. So just invite the Stories company to go back and confirm that that is a doable part of their strategy, so to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any additional comments or conditions for this license? Okay. All right, seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for the Stories Company Whitman LLC MRN 284846, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed, concluding provisional licenses. Suko, I'll give the floor back over to you.
Okay, the next portion is the final license. We have 8 adult use final licenses up for recommendation today. Again, licensing staff typically do not present these individually, they're just in one.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo. Well, before I ask for a motion, are there any comments or conditions that any of my fellow commissioners wish to make at this time for any of these within the slate? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the final license roster? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. And Suko, I believe that concludes our licensing. Oh,
RVT.
thank you. Yes, of course. Yes. Okay, Suko, back over to you, please.
Okay, so now we're moving on to RVTs. The applicant, we have one. The applicant here is C1 Compliance Group. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training and in the responsible vendor training program. They plan on providing in-person and virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff recommend commission approval subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the responsible? Oh, I'll pause 1 minute. I see Commissioner Stebbins' hand. Is there a comment or a question, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Apologize for jumping in like that. I want to thank the licensing team. We had, I think Commissioner Roy and I both had a chance to go through the responsible vendor training program, the 4-hour training that's required of every cannabis agent licensed here in Massachusetts. It's really interesting. Great to see the different approaches by different responsible vendors who do this training for us. So it's a lot of work. And I know that we have mechanisms whereby folks going through the training can offer that feedback. And I know it was also helpful for our team that listened in on the training because they wanted to go back and update some of the RVTs that we were interacting with and some changes to their presentation. So it's a good ongoing process, but it was appreciated the opportunity to go through it.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
Stebbins. Are there any additional comments? Okay. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the staff recommendation for C1 Compliance Group RVN 454102?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do we have a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Roy and seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Suko, I give it back to you.
Well, that's it for licensing. And again, I thank you for having me present on behalf of licensing.
Thank you so
Okay.
much, Suko. It's always a pleasure having you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
I think we're due for just we'll say like a 5-minute break. We'll do a 5-minute break here. So 12:50, we'll return 12:55. Commissioner Camargo, can you please offer a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Camargo, seconded by Roy. I'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We are recessed for a few moments until 12:55. Thank you. Okay, it's now 12:56. Are the commissioners ready to proceed? I see. All right, I believe we're all here. Okay, so now we are moving into commission discussion and votes. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, there are 4 job descriptions that we're discussing today, and I believe they're being presented by our acting executive director, our director of investigations, as well as enforcement counsel. So I will first hand things over to acting executive director Deborah Hilton Creek.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to preface this discussion with the fact that we are required to bring any new positions that may be considered in the future to this commissioner's forum for approval. And so this does not mean that these positions are going to be hired in this fiscal year. There is a possibility that 1 or 2 positions may be hired within the fiscal year, but it depends on our budget. So I just want to make that clear up front so that the audience, has a preview of the reason why we're presenting these job descriptions. And I will ask Rebecca Lopez, who is going to be presenting, and also Nam, and I can have them go first, and then I will talk about the DEI employee relations position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Director Kamalo and Enforcement Counsel Lopez. I see Enforcement Counsel Lopez, so I will let you have your comments, please.
Apologies for the delay. I was just trying to get my my mute in order. Okay. Good morning. Well, actually, good afternoon, commissioners. It's lovely to see all of you. I'm here today to present on the position of First Assistant Enforcement Counsel. So this is a new position, as our acting executive director and CPO just identified, but just an overview of what the position will entail. The position will assist the Enforcement Counsel with oversight, operations, and decision-making relative to advising the agency on enforcement-related matters. So those matters include, for example, enforcement and suitability actions, advising the ED on regulatory interpretation, etc. The first assistant will also provide this assistance while prosecuting or handling a caseload, prosecuting complex enforcement matters. Duties will also include representation on enforcement cases subject to judicial review, assistance with external litigation matters arising from enforcement department cases or disputes, and as a mentor and experienced attorney in the areas of appellate advocacy and complex criminal or civil litigation, the individual will also assist the Enforcement Counsel with supervision. With that said, I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have about this position, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Enforcement Counsel. I guess at this time, I'll ask if any of my fellow commissioners have any questions. So this is for item number 3 on our agendas for the First Assistant Enforcement Counsel. Are there any questions or comments that any of my fellow commissioners wish to offer at this time? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, thank you, and thank you, Counsel Lopez. As it pertains to this, the First Assistant Enforcement Counsel, just a few things that I noted with respect to the job functions and responsibilities. There are bullets about monitoring developments in federal marijuana policy, state regulatory guidance, regulated cannabis industry. Is that and then collaborating with federal departments? I understand that's kind of on the enforcement side of the house, but I want to make sure that we're not overlapping some responsibilities. And so when I saw that bullet, I immediately thought of, obviously, our governmental affairs shop and Director Giancola. I'm just being cautious about duplicity in any job responsibilities. And that one kind of jumped out to me in terms of what's clarification, or is this an opportunity where we can have some cross-departmental collaboration as opposed to assigning this as a job responsibility to this new position?
EC Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Commissioner Stebbins, for that excellent question. So I would say that the scope of this position is always going to refer back to matters involving the enforcement department. So with respect to monitoring developments, that will be monitoring developments as it relates to the Enforcement Council staff, or the first assistant in this case, their responsibility to advise the enforcement department and its staff on enforcement matters. The same would apply with collaboration with law enforcement agencies. That would be collaboration relative to the need for assistance or mutual understanding relative to an enforcement matter. But of course, cross collaboration is 100% part of all of this, and there are often times already where the Enforcement Council team does actively collaborate with the Director of Government Affairs and Policy when our work touches other agencies, as well as many other departments in the agency. And I know that that's part of the Commission's vision for a very interconnected workforce. So this position will not disturb that.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council Lopez. The details on this position is provided in the packet. When it got to salary range, had one salary range that was kind of crossed out, and a new salary range with, in parentheses, classification needed. Can you, if you can, explain a little bit why you decided, or that first salary range is included, but it looks like it's been changed? And then what classification do we still need for this position?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Please, EC Lopez.
Thank you again, Commissioner Stebbins, for that question. With respect to the salary range, that is an open discussion that would heavily involve the Chief People Officer. So I'm afraid that I'm limited in terms of the knowledge and insight I can provide relative to that classification and where it is going to rest relative to the other salaries in the agency and the department.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, EC Lopez. And could you share with us if there's any vision for this role to assist with Chapter 180? And what I mean by that is enforcement and investigations, perhaps around host community agreements or anything in regards to the new law. Do you see this role this newly created position having any role there?
EC Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Commissioner Roy. The answer to that is a resounding yes. So this position is going to be very critical to providing additional support on complex complex administrative enforcement matters, which we do anticipate could be a subset of enforcement actions arising from the amendments to the Commission's enabling statute via Chapter 180. This also will be additional reinforcement providing to the EC in terms of providing that supervision of the attorneys who will also be taking on additional range of cases, legal cases that relate back to Chapter 180. So it is a part of the support infrastructure that we envision will be made necessary by Chapter 180. But as the Chief People Officer identified, we are only seeking approval for the position. There are no immediate plans to fill the position.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, EC Lopez, which leads me to my next question, because we will start reviewing, approving, and certifying March 1, 2024. So how can this board, I see this as a critical position with our new mandate, with our new jurisdiction. How how, with the hiring freeze, how does this board, I see this position as crucial and essential, move it forward, and maybe, you know, this is a discussion for down the road, on how we don't kick the can on this so far down the road that we already have this new responsibility, yet we don't have, you know, the proper amount of personnel to accurately handle it or officially handle it. So I guess, and this is more maybe even to my fellow commissioners, you know, how can we creatively not wait on this one and get you the resources in your department and your team that you need?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional comments? Okay.
If I may, Madam Chair, I'd like to
Yes.
Add a comment.
Please.
I'd like to. Okay. I think you're frozen. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Please, Debbie.
Okay. Okay, great. I just wanted to, make a comment about Commissioner Roy's statement. We internally are looking at our budget, and part of the analytics is to make sure that we are taking a deep dive into where there may be possibilities for us to fund, new positions that may come available or that may be needed within the current fiscal year. So that is one part of the exercise that we are working on within the group within the Chiefs group. So there is some consideration around if we need positions right away to support some of those functions that are coming out of 180, that we are paying close attention to that and making that recommendation in terms of what our FY25 is going to look like. So, and as you know, we've done several rounds of cuts out of our FY25 budget. But we're keeping in mind that if there's a possibility for us to fill these positions in doing the analytics, then by all means, we will make a recommendation to do so.
Thank you, Debbie. I think for this conversation, we'll vote on each individual description so we can have a full conversation on the logistics of each one. So for number 3, the job description for the first assistant enforcement counsel, Commissioner Camargo, I will ask you for a motion to approve the job description. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye. Commissioner
Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well. So there are 4 in favor, none opposed. EC Lopez, I believe that you were only speaking to that job description, but I'll look to you in case, okay. And I see Director Kamalo, who has joined us now, and I believe you were speaking to job description for the Director of Enforcement Training and for the Senior Investigator. So I will let you offer your comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll start off with the Director of Enforcement Training position. So with the maturation of the commission where we are right now, in addition to the promulgation of the regulations, the department, the IN department, looked into whether there's a need for a Director of Enforcement Training. So with that said, the role would require that the individual to be responsible for internal and external training programs related to the industry. They'll be paying attention to industry trends, developing a curriculum that speaks to those trends. There will be an outward-facing opportunities or role to create a clear delineation between investigative work and trainings. So with that said, that individual will monitor trainings pursuant to administrative hearing decisions, dispute resolutions, settlement agreements.
EC Lopez, I think you might be
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
And they'll create and supervise training efforts related to the circuit shoppers compliance program and ensure that it's implemented. So also they will assist with the responsible vendor training. Since we have right now the way that is set up, we have the other staff, specifically the licensing team, having to be the one to monitor and see what's going on with that. So having a dedicated staff, a dedicated individual that would really be focused on the compliance program, compliance aspects, outward facing, out there talking to the industry and ensuring that there's that collaborative and ongoing relationships between the industry and also internally as well. And then lastly, what I'll also mention is that the position will also give an opportunity for that individual to train, executives, train commissioners, have them, also have a full understanding, of the compliance program, governance, among other things. So at this time, I will take any questions that the commissioners might have at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Khumalo. This is such a welcome addition, this position. I am thrilled. I was thrilled when I read the job description because it's not only internal facing, so it's also external facing. And as I read the post-provisional license inspection, there's the greatest hits of NODs, right? It's the recurring theme of the same NODs that I read over and over and over again. And this position can now speak to that and proactively go out to our licensees and say, how do we keep you in compliance, right? How, we're seeing recurrent themes here, and I think maybe the ABCC does something like that where they go out and they talk and help folks stay in compliance. So and it also, I'm glad to see, looks like we'll have a more robust secret shopper program. So I am thrilled with this position, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I'm going to echo that enthusiasm. I think this position is warranted. I like the way it was written out. I think all of us who have been out talking to the industry, whether it's been at CBA roundtables or just individual licensee visits, we hear from the community, the industry, that there is a real interest in seeing consistent enforcement, right, from all of our investigators. And, part of that comes with training. Part of that comes from, our talented team of investigators, each of it who come from different backgrounds and different areas of expertise. But to kind of put them on equal footing and giving them the same level of awareness, training, viewpoints when they go into a licensee's facility, I think this is a great response to what we've heard from the industry. I also know that it kind of meets some of the internal needs you need, Director, as your team continues to grow. So I'm completely on board with this position. As Commissioner Roy said, it's great to also bring the industry in. We heard a lot about the model with the ABCC. I think even Chair O'Brien at a past meeting was talking about how having a person in this type of position can help reduce that number of NODs and keep the industry in a stronger sense of compliance. I do have a question which I want to throw out, and again, I do like the position. Is there an opportunity for somebody who is already on the team to undertake some of these responsibilities while also doing their other job? And I'm thinking of a senior of an investigations manager. I'm thinking of somebody on the team that might be able to incorporate some of these responsibilities. And did you have that discussion before you pulled the entire job description together?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for your question. We did an analysis. We've been looking at this for a while now. And then when we looked at the responsibilities, everything that will be required in terms of what this individual would have to do in terms of their job functions, it landed on having a specific, dedicated individual that would just focus on trainings, as I stated before, we want to create a clear delineation between investigations and trainings. For example, if we had an investigations manager that's also performing this task, that could also create a conflict. In my past life, I did trainings as an investigator. So what would happen is, in those instances when I went out there and conducted trainings, and then I would go back into the investigator role, the respondents or whoever was involved, they would say, Norm, in your training, this is what you said. And then they would hold me to what I said during the training and all that. So we want to really create a clear delineation between, the role of an investigator, the role of an investigation manager, the role of a compliance officer, from the training position. Also, we've been doing this, we've been doing onboarding trainings for our investigators. We also receive external trainings, from sister agencies and things like that. This is additional work. It really requires individuals to work past 40 hours or 37.5 hours. So with that said, we've had instances where we have other jurisdictions that ask for us to talk to them about our compliance program. We've had to go out there and conduct presentations on behalf of the commission. That takes us away from being able to perform other tasks such as investigations, such as inspections and things of that nature. So having an individual who's really dedicated on focusing on the industry's trends, looking at how they can enhance knowledge, skills, looking at what other jurisdictions are doing to ensure that we're consistent with in our practices, and not only that, the industry understands best practices from a compliance point of view so that we can bring them back to compliance. It made sense to actually have a dedicated staff that focuses on trainings instead of having somebody else wear so many hats.
Sure, thank you, Director, and I appreciate that. And it's good to hear your firsthand experience where you were kind of caught in that operational dilemma of doing training as well as kind of wearing an investigator hat. I guess my other question is, again, reading through the job description, we talked about salary range and that only being director classification range. So I don't know if our chief people officer and acting executive director can perhaps give us a sense of where we think the salary range might land.
So thank you for that question, Commissioner Stebbins. So we take a look at the current salary structure that we have whenever we are either promoting or posting new positions, and so we typically will look at a range. This particular position, we had some more discussions between human resources and the I&E chief. And we decided that even though HR also needs to have a training director on our team, that this particular position was more specialized. And so where I'm going with this is that because it's going to be a specialized position and we may be asking for specific credentials, that depending on certifications that may be required around this, that the salary may change or it may, tweak just a little bit. And it also depends on the number of years experience that we're looking for to bring someone into this position. So we do a complete analysis. Typically, the salary ranges that are listed are usually a ballpark and estimation. But when we actually do the hiring, that may change based on several factors. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Debbie. I see Commissioner Roy's hand, but before I go to Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Acting Executive Director. It does, again, we're obviously in the middle of a tough fiscal year. I just want to make sure that we're thinking through all the safeguards and, whether it's you working with our treasurer or coming back to the commission before a job is officially posted. I want to make sure that I know we're all mindful of it, but I want to make sure that we continue the conversation when it comes to posting the position, when it comes to thinking through that salary range to make sure we're not spending beyond our means. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
I want
I'm
to thank. Sorry.
Hold on, Commissioner Roy, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, Director Kamalo and Chief GB, for bringing us this position. I think it's vitally important and overdue. And I want to thank Commissioner Stebbins for bringing up Chair O'Brien, because she was really vocal and supportive of this concept. And now to see the concept becoming a reality is tremendous. And what I would ask is also if we keep our eye on the ball and focus with this position on testing, and how do we work with the testing team from how samples are collected, you know, all the way through to how they're reported in metric, and how do our independent testing labs need to be our honest brokers and good stewards to ensure a safe marketplace. And lastly, my third point is I think this is something we should share with the auditor's office in light of the audit, that this is a tremendous step that will help satisfy some of the things that came back in that report. So thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional comments or questions for Director Kamalo about this job description? Okay, well, I want to just echo, this is a significant role. So I'm glad that we're having the conversation around it, and I think it's timely. But with that being said, Commissioner, it's what Commissioner I was on for this segment, but I'll say Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the job description for the Director of Enforcement Training? Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
There's a second. I just want to say that a lot of what I wanted to comment on and ask was asked and commented on. So again, I agree on all of it. So it's really good to see this. And I second it.
Okay. So the motion was made by Commissioner Roy and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Now we'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor and none opposed. All right, Director Kamalo, I believe the next item that you're speaking about is the job description for senior investigator. So I will give you the opportunity now to walk us through.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the senior investigator position really speaks to an internal promotion. Again, we did an analysis, reviewed and looked at the team to see where things are. There has been a lot of maturation. It started off with a team of 5, now approximately like at 40 or so individuals. We want to be able to encourage staff to stay at the commission and to also give them opportunities to be able to grow. So the way that things are set up within the investigations and compliance team right now is that we have an investigator, then investigation managers. We don't have a position, an intermediary position between an investigator and an investigations manager. So what would this position do? So basically all the things that an investigator does, which is conduct inspections, conduct investigations, but the difference here is that for complex investigations, what we've been seeing here at the commission is that we have cases of first impression, and in those instances, it requires not that the other investigations don't require the same, but really dedicated time to pay attention to the complex investigations, ensure that there's a lot of time dedicated to those investigations. So that senior investigator, it's a promotional opportunity for internal staff, for them to focus on complex investigations. In some instances, we have investigations where there's a lot of press coverage and things of that nature. That individual will be able to focus on those investigations among other duties and really ensure that we are being efficient in the way that we conduct our investigations. And then there will also be minimal supervisory responsibilities that this individual would have to, perform as needed on as needed basis, because we already, like I said, we already have the investigation managers that are in that role. But it's more so really to ensure that that individual is working with investigation managers in all units. We have 6 units right now. There are instances where we have those investigative managers out there in the field, and they also have to be the leads for certain investigations. So it becomes very, cumbersome or tricky for them to be able to perform, to dedicate all their time on this complex investigation. So when we did an analysis of how much time is being spent in terms of conducting these complex investigations, in addition to other duties that the employees have, it made sense, for us to have, this position that's being presented before the board at this time. So if you have, the last thing I'll also say too, in addition to that, we've always had peer mentors, right? So when we hire investigators, it is always helpful to have a peer mentor. So this individual now will be a peer mentor for all investigators that will be hiring in the future. At this time, I will take some questions if there are any questions related to this position.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Stebbins with his hand. So Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. Speak to a couple of things as I was looking through this job description. First of all, when I was at the Gaming Commission, we had the same issue. At our casino sites, we were looking for opportunities for people to gain some authority after they had been there, but we kind of had 2 standalone jobs, and we wanted to show promotion opportunities. We wanted to show chances to move up. So I applaud you for recognizing that here and trying to find a solution to this. I do have a concern, and let me add, it was great to hear you kind of walk through some of the additional work that a senior investigator might be undertaking in this new role. I guess my concern is in the investigator, obviously, it takes on some, as you talked about, that mentor role, that kind of additional management or oversight of a kind of entry-level investigator. I just want to make sure that we're not causing any tension between the senior investigator and their new role and what the investigations manager is responsible for.
Oh, I will pause this here. We've just been notified that our live feed went down. So I'm going to just seek a motion to recess. I'm not quite sure how long it will take. Let's say about 10 minutes just to be certain. And then we'll take it from there. So I'm sorry, Commissioner Stebbins, I'll just pause you on that thought. But I just want to make sure we're live and people can hear us when we're talking. So Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to recess for 10 minutes until 1:40? Oh wait, Grace is typing. Let me see if there's a change. One moment. Grace, feel free to just say it if you're here. I can't hear what's being discussed, but the live feed has paused and is replaying the first agenda item from this morning. All right. So as I was saying, we'll take a break. You know what? As a matter of fact, it's one. We can either do 10 minutes. We're at the end. Let me take a step back and not do that. We're at the end. This is our last cemented agenda item. Let's do 10 minutes. So Commissioner Stebbins, can we please have a motion to recess until 1:40, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
We'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We're recessed until 1:40. I will just keep us posted, and I will wait to hear some updates. I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 1:50. I guess, Grace, I'll ask if we are good to go. And Commissioner Camargo, are you back? Good to go. Okay, perfect. You everyone. Okay, perfect. Thank you to our internal team here. It looks like that technical issue where the public feed was experiencing some problems was fixed and rectified. So I just want to thank everyone who worked on that and did so quickly. I just want to make sure we have Commissioner Camargo as well as Director Kamalo, because the item where we left off was item number 4 here, which was the job description for senior investigator. Okay, I see Director Kamalo.
Sorry, Madam Chair, do you want me to go over the job description?
No, you
again,
don't need
or
to
no?
go through it again. What I
Yeah.
wanted to do, because we left off with Commissioner Stebbins articulating a few comments, but before you begin, I just want to make sure that the commission, all 4 commissioners are present to sort of proceed with our last couple items here. So I am going to ping Commissioner Camargo. Hold on one moment. Okay, perfect. Now, Commissioner Stebbins, I don't know if you remember where you left off, but I'm going to ask you to sort of continue with your comments, and we continue with item number 4 for the job description for senior investigator.
Sure. I do see that our general counsel has also appeared on screen. I want to give her a chance to.
Commissioner Stebbins, you've read my mind. Okay, general counsel, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because I know I don't believe we lost too much of the live feed, but because we're not really sure the exact point where the live feed caught up, I was wondering if it might be advisable just to go over very briefly the job descriptions and what was discussed. If you could maybe do a quick recap, and then that way by the end you can do a vote and everything will be open and discussed in the public session.
Sure. So I'll just give a general summary of where we are right now. So we're going through the 4 items here, job descriptions for commission vote. We've already voted and approved 2 of the 4, those being number 2, the job description for the Director of Enforcement and Training, and the 3rd being the job description for the First Assistant Enforcement Counsel. And both votes were unanimously approved by all 4 commissioners. We were currently speaking about number 4, the job description of the senior investigator, which was presented by Director Kamalo. And then the last item, the job description for diversity, equity, inclusion, and employee relations director will be discussed by our acting executive director. General counsel, do you believe there are any additional comments or details that need to be provided at this point?
No, Madam Chair, I think that that would be sufficient. And now that you've described your votes, I would think you can continue with the meeting. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Okay, now, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Director, I think the question I had posed was obviously is it's provided that a senior investigator, there's one key difference between a senior investigator and investigator, and that is having some type of management role or staff oversight role. I want to make sure that we're not creating a tension between an investigation manager, senior investigator, and obviously investigator. I know these are really tight controlled units. I just want to make sure that we're not, if this is a critical difference in the job, I want to make sure that we're not creating any tension there between who has responsibilities for management and oversight within the the investigative teams that you have.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. What the INE department did, as far as these positions I have been presented here today, this has been an ongoing discussion, for years now, for a while, even for the Director of Enforcement Training position and also for the Senior Investigator position. What that means is that even, specifically to this role, the investigation managers, they sort of had an input in terms of, okay, what are their thoughts, as far as this position, what it should look like. So the biggest element to this is that with the complex investigations, it takes up time. It takes, and having the investigation managers lead some of those complex investigations, even, for example, looking at change of ownership investigations where we have, our investigation managers like Catherine and Nicole leading those investigations among their managerial duties. There's also other investigation managers that have led very complex investigations. So in our discussions with them, this was very attractive in the sense that it allows them to be able to manage their staff and not have to really spend a lot of time past work hours, working on these complex investigations. So the other thing, Commissioner Stebbins, is that with this position, with the peer mentorship, it's only for 90 days. Our introductory period here at the Commission is 3 months. So the peer mentoring is only going to be for 90 days. And then lastly, what I would say in response to your question, not everybody is interested in being a manager. People are more attracted at times to just focusing on specific skills. So with this position, it speaks to really leading those complex investigations. And there are staff right now that are really like to spend time on investigations. We have staff that really want to dedicate time on conducting investigative work. And that might be attractive to them compared to also having to have a managerial role. So this is another way for the Commission to appreciate the work that the staff is doing and saying there are opportunities for people to be able to grow within the Commission without having to be a manager.
Thank you, Director Khumalo. Are there any additional questions or comments at this point?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Just to sort of piggyback on what Nam is saying. So this is also a part of our succession planning initiative that will be coming up. This gives employees an opportunity to serve in a role that is somewhat resemblance of a manager. Responsibilities and decision making for this particular role will be very different than the role of a manager. But it does speak to our efforts around succession planning. And in addition to that, had reported, it also speaks to our ability to offer employment opportunities that are promotional, job enrichment, job development, improvement of skills. So this is an opportunity for us to recognize those individuals who are really performing in a very productive way, and employees who are demonstrating that they do have the propensity or the skills to become managers. And it's always great to, you know, to improve skills of employees, because it's going to be better for us in terms of succession planning. And it's always best for us to have a really solid promotional opportunity policy in place internally. So, and that kind of blends into, you know, the DEI employee relations director role. But I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, could this be possibly more than one senior investigator? Or is it just one? Or do we evaluate the need as we go along?
Right. Well, you know, I'll take a step back. We'll let our chief people officer / acting executive director answer that question, please.
Okay, so so absolutely, there is always a possibility that there could be more than one senior role in any of our divisions. But I think it depends on capacity, right? So we're talking about capacity over budget. We're talking about the level of responsibilities that we have in the department, and again, you know, how we are able to address the particular needs of every department. So some departments may have less of a need for, you know, more than one senior role. Other departments may end up with 2, 3, or 4 senior roles. So it just depends on our capacity to encourage that. And the budget also is a big deal. And the work that goes on in the department also speaks to whether or not we would have more than one. So hopefully that responds to your question, Commissioner Roy.
It does. Thank you very much.
Are there any additional questions about this job description? Okay. Commissioner Roy, I will ask you for a motion to approve the job description for senior investigator.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. And this brings us to job description number 1, diversity, equity, inclusion, and employee relations director. I will now ask our acting executive director to walk us through this job description, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So another preface for our job descriptions and you know, basically what we're trying to do here is that these job descriptions are not intended to show all tasks, but rather to represent the general concept of its value to the organization. And this particular position, the DEI Employee Relations Director position, is a position that we need to connect our internal and external efforts to make sure that they are aligning with our DEI initiative. And I know that, you know, everyone is aware that we have a DEI steering committee. We're trying to establish a Commission Voices Committee and also an equity and access working group. And all of this work that is going to take place around our DEI initiative, this particular position is going to help us to make all those connections so that we're uniform across the board. In addition to that, in collaboration with the CPO, this position will manage and represent the agency on our union negotiations team. And this type of a role will also support reduction of compliance, you know, serious compliance issues that may come out of HR, ensuring compliance with our obligations as employers pertaining to complaints and grievances, making sure that they're addressed in a timely manner. And this is all around to assist us with mitigating any potential and unintended exposures. There are a ton of employment and labor laws that are attached to the human resources function. And one of the biggest ones, and from what I've experienced since coming on board, is relative to our employee population. So we really need this position, you know, as we move forward with our DEI initiative, to also focus on the compliance area of our human resources function. It will inform our policies as well as change management strategy and activities across the agency. Right now, from my perspective, my humble opinion is that, you know, we talk about the maturity of the agency. You know, we are going through a transformation right now, and this position will help with bridging some of those nuances and challenges that come with change and transformation. Improving employee engagement to drive meaningful change, not only from a behavior perspective, and when I say behavior perspective, I mean behavior perspective from the employee and the overall agency or organizational behavior perspective. And just quickly, some of the benefits are: it encourages innovation, hiring and retention, greater employee morale, increased productivity, and obviously greater organizational performance. So those are some of the rationale around having a DEI employee relations director on board.
Thank you, Debbie.
Happy to answer any questions around that.
Thank you, Deb. I will, you know, I'll say a few comments before I kind of hand it over to any of my fellow commissioners if you wish to offer comment as well. I just tip my hat off to you, Debbie, and the team for presenting this position. This is something that it exemplifies, you know, your understanding of some of the cultural needs and components here at the Cannabis Control Commission. I do think that this aligns really well with where we are and where we aim to be. So I just want to commend you for this work. And I do think that this is something that is important to the overall mission of the agency here and our future. So thank you. Are there any additional questions or comments, Commissioner Stebbins? And I see Commissioner Camargo. So Commissioner Stebbins, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And I'll call you CPO because this is kind of the hat that you're wearing when you're talking about this position. And one, greatly see the need for it. I'm interested in seeing more of the opportunity for this position, and I hope it's embedded in the description as you just walked us through, that there's also an opportunity and a role for this individual to work in collaboration with, because you talked about the outward facing focus of this position, working with folks on the equity side of the house, our social equity program. If that was an intention in your comments about being outward facing, and then secondly, you know, was curious, again, I know our HR department does a great job. It was great to see Wendy Sanchez in the Boston Worcester office the other day. Is the work or the experience you're looking for in this person also somebody who can like help pitch in on some of the other areas around recruitment, around kind of just management of everything HR? And third question, if I can throw it out there for you as well, is I know you obviously had HR experience at what brought you to the position that we hired you for CPO. Talk to me about similar size organizations or agencies that have incorporated this type of position as well.
Sure. And Commissioner Stebbins, I appreciate those questions. Unfortunately, you were breaking up on the first question. So can you repeat that for me?
Sure. I don't remember what it was. I think it is around.
It was the outward facing.
Yeah, you mentioned the outward facing piece to this. And again, I'm
Mhm.
mindful of, I don't want to create positions that step on the toes in-house with other departments, but you talked about that outward facing piece. Actually, I'll add this comment. I talked about somewhat of an outward facing piece as we look at diversity plans and our licensee renewals, in getting licensees to collaborate in a legal manner in terms of being able to present information with respect to their diversity plan. So I'm curious about this outward facing piece, how that you see this position interacting with our, if there is an overlap or an opportunity to collaborate with our social equity team. So welcome your thoughts or feedback on that comment. That was the first one.
Okay, thank you. So I was referencing internal and aligning internal and external initiatives around DEI, in that it's more about the image that we project, basically that we're walking the walk or walking the talk. So if we're going to embark on an initiative externally with our constituents or with our applicants or, you know, small business owners, and I think Commissioner Roy had asked for information on how we're doing in terms of the diversity that plays out externally, just so that we are showing that we are committed to diversity, that not only are we committed externally, but we're also committed internally, you know, to the same standards that we're requiring externally. So hopefully that's helpful. There may be some opportunities for collaboration. There isn't necessarily going to be a lot of crossovers. However, it would be extremely important for us to you know, for the DEI employee relations director to get that external perspective as well, and may be available to serve on committees, you know, that are doing that work, which will be absolutely helpful to us internally. So that's where I was trying to make the connection for internal and external facing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair, if I
Stebbins?
can. Yeah,
Please.
and
You're
again,
welcome.
Acting Executive Director, just thinking where this person also might have the skills, the background and experience to kind of pitch in where appropriate with some of the other responsibilities and work of the HR team.
Absolutely. And that is why I included in the bulleted points about some of the benefits, and including compliance. That's one area that's heavily tied to employee relations. This individual will have a well-rounded background, not only just DEI, but also from a human resources, fully functional perspective, to be able to assist with the functional management of the human resources department. So to your point, absolutely, this will be a position that that will touch probably several functional areas of HR as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo, I believe I saw your hand raised as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is great. First of all, kudos to everyone who's presented some of these positions, and well needed. You know, I don't want to be sort of negative Nelly, but you know, the hard part is that these positions are not budgeted yet, right? We're not, they're for possibly next fiscal year. And I'm looking at these, I'm hearing, and we know the need for all these positions. So it's so, I'm kind of like, ugh, we need these now, right? So I know that we have the budget conversation coming up. I know, you know, Debbie, you, myself, and Danielle and Quay have been talking about the budget. I know you're going to present some of that next week. So it's just critical. It's critical for us to really think strategically and intentional about our budget and how we're using and spending money at the commission, but also how do we make sure that some of these important roles, you know, come in now versus, you know, a year and a half later. This commission's growing. You know, we had the conversation this morning. We're past startup, and, you know, we need to be very strategic on a lot of this stuff. So I'm excited to see it. I'm also kind of like, you know, sort of patiently waiting because I know it's a process. Yeah.
Hurry up and wait, yeah.
Yeah. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, Chair. And you know, I'll weigh in on our treasurer's comments, but at the same time, I understand that this is revolved around all the conversation that we've had with respect to these positions. Being mindful of our F24 budget, being mindful of our request that's about to go in soon for FY25. Again, I'm excited about all of these positions as proposed. I think we all need to be mindful of where the dollars to pay for them, and, you know, working through those kind of oversight issues that we have, and, you know, certainly appreciate Commissioner Camargo and her role as treasurer and kind of helping us stay on top of this. You know, I would also say that as we're looking at these 4 job descriptions, they're all important. My personal interest is I see this enforcement council position, as we talked about, as being critical to that immediate rollout of Chapter 180 and the regs that we wrote to correspond with that. So I'm not saying I'm giving that my preference, but I would think that would rise to a higher priority than the other positions right now, just thinking of workload. But obviously, again, I echo Commissioner Camargo. We need to be mindful of how much we have to spend, at the same time balancing what our statutory and regulatory obligations are to complete our work and continue to regulate the industry.
Commissioner Roy, did I see your hand? Commissioner Roy? Oh, sorry.
Sorry
Pause.
about that.
Debbie, did you have a
No, go
response
ahead.
to Commissioner
Sorry about
Stebbins?
that. I just want to say quickly that, you know, all of those activities that I alluded to earlier regarding the budget, they do encompass a component where we are going to look at whether or not we have the capacity to hire any of these positions now, and to make sure that that's going to be reflected in our FY25 budget. Because one of the possible issue we could come up against is that if we do identify funds that we can hire any of these positions this year, but we cannot pass that on to the FY25 budget, then it becomes a temporary position. And that's also an option, you know, in terms of a stepping stone to kind of create the groundwork to where we want to go. Obviously, it would be better for us to, you know, look at these positions from a more long-term perspective. However, to your point, Commissioner Stebbins, I absolutely agree on the priority and the order of these positions. So I do understand and welcome that comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with Commissioner Stebbins as well that the Director of Enforcement Training, the First Assistant Enforcement Counsel is critically important in order of prioritization. I want to thank you, AED Hilton Creek. This is very refreshing. Your management expertise is shining through, and I thank you for that. And I see this helps the Commission continue that upward trajectory and evolve with the industry. And I would just throw out there, as we incur employee attrition, you know, folks move on to other opportunities. If we can assess, if we do have any sort of a employee attrition, assess the needs of that position, and if that frees up resources, then do we redeploy them to this list as we go along? So I was just curious if that is your plan of attack, if you will, to help fund these in our situation of a budget shortfall.
Right, that's an excellent question. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's an excellent question, and it does align with the activities that we are going through right now in terms of the review of our budget process for 25. So absolutely. And that's why I had mentioned that if we do identify those funds, there may be a possibility that one issue that could arise is that it would be a temporary position as opposed to a position that we could also include in FY25. But we will look at all the angles and make sure that, you know, we are prioritizing and that we're getting the most out of our decision in terms of, you know, where the resources are needed, you know, more than in some areas more than others.
Thank you, Debbie. I'm looking at my fellow commissioners to see if there are any additional questions or comments before we proceed to a vote. Okay. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the job description for the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Employee Relations Director position?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor and none opposed. The motion carries. And I believe that concludes this section of our agenda today. Thank you so much, Debbie. Thank you so much, Director Khumalo. And thank you so much to our Enforcement Counsel, Rebecca Lopez. We appreciate all your hard work. And it's really nice to hear from you throughout the meeting and getting a really good understanding of the positions being put forward. So thank you for that. Okay. So with that said, our next meeting is slated for November 16th. It will be in person. We'll be in Worcester in the public meeting space, and it will be a policy conversation where we talk about some of the policy priorities that we have here at the CCC. I want to thank everyone for all of their hard work. Again, congratulations to us all, staff, the commissioners, the stakeholders, because the regs have now been promulgated. So this is a really significant day. And I just, again, want to reiterate my appreciation to work with so many really, really amazing people here at the Cannabis Control Commission. And to my fellow commissioners, I want to thank you all as well. At this point, I will ask Commissioner Roy for a motion to formally adjourn.
So moved.
And Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye, and a big shout out and thanks to all the veterans who work at the Cannabis Control Commission.
Yes. The chair votes aye as well. We are now adjourned, and I will see you all in person on November 16th. Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye, commissioners. Bye, commissioners.
Bye, everyone.